No sé todavía. I think he's gonna speak.
Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Yes. Hello.
Counselor, how are you? Well, you got a general. Get out of here. Come on, you know how
Hello. If anybody would like to speak in public participation, there is a list, so you should put your name on the list and we can call your name during public participation. Si a alguien le gustaría expresar su opinión en participación pública, le pedimos que por favor firme su nombre en la lista que está en el podio y así podremos llamar en los próximos minutos para que pueda hablar.
We'll see how you do next week.
Oiga,
I can still make faces at you, Mr. LaPlante. I can still make faces at you. I'm so glad you're so there. I know, right?
Hello. If anybody would like to speak in public participation, please sign your name on the list.
This different.
Hello. If anybody would like to speak on public participation, the list is available on the podium. We're gonna take it and call your name eventually, and you're gonna have 2.5 minutes. Si a alguien le gustaría hablar en participación pública, por favor, tiene la oportunidad de firmar su nombre, está en el podio, en la lista, y así podemos llamar su nombre y luego darle la oportunidad de hablar por 2 minutos y medio. Good evening and welcome to the Lawrence City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, March 19, 2024. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Act of 2022, this meeting will be hybrid, allowing participation both in person and at the City Council chambers. The Zoom meeting, the Zoom links or code was provided to anybody that requested. Also, this meeting will be going to be transmitted through Facebook and YouTube. Through our Lawrence City Council page and our Lawrence City Council YouTube page. Roll call, please.
Councilor Levy.
Present.
Councilor LaPlante.
Present.
Councilor Luzon. Noted as absent. Councilor Del Rosario.
Present.
Councilor Santiago.
Present.
Councilor Marmo.
Present.
Councilor Selena Reyes. Noted as absent. Councilor Vice President Infante.
Present.
Council President Rodriguez.
Present. Please join me for a moment of silence in the honor of the Lawrence Sergeant Charlie Sandant and the longtime Recreation Department Director Nelson Ortiz. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. So now we will proceed to public participation. Anybody that is on the list is going to have 2.5 minutes. We would like to please ask you to refer to the council as a whole, not as an individual councilors. Madam Chair, please call the roll call for other councilors.
Councilor Luzon. Councilor Selena Reyes.
All right, our first name on public participation is H. Mali. Please say your name and address for the record.
Humayun Mali, 53 Chester Street. Good evening, honorable members. We, the citizen, respectfully request from this honorable council, please approve the contract for our awesome Superior Police Officers Union. Lawrence Police, with the impeccable leadership by Honorable Chief Castro, doing excellent job to protect our citizens. We support Lawrence Police Officers Union, Superior Officers Union. Lawrence Police, one of the best police departments in the nation. This union of pride and honor deserve the best contract. Lawrence is a beautiful city because of our hard-working DPW workers and leadership. We support DPW Union, demand the best compensation appreciation for our great DPW employees. Lawrence Inspection Department, thank you for excellent job. We support our inspection department employees and their union. We must hire more inspectors. Lawrence teachers, you are the most important reason for success of Lawrence Public School. We support our awesome Lawrence Teachers Union. Please help our homeless bring food and donation every Wednesday to Buckley Garage. We are grateful to this honorable council for caring so much for Lawrence, holding the company in charge of the parking enforcement accountable. This company provides the worst customer service. We must fire this company immediately. Lawrence always is strong. Lawrence always unite. We demand the best contract for our brave firefighters union with 3% COLA raise and hazard pay. We pray for the safety and protection of all police officers endangering their life to protect us. We demand the best contract for our superior officers union. Lawrence Police, thank you for keeping Lawrence a safe city. Thank you for excellent job.
Thank you, Mr. Mali. Just a reminder, anybody that would like to speak that is not yet on the list will still have an opportunity for you to sign and speak for 2.5 minutes on any particular issue that we would like. If you would like to speak, please let us know. The next person on the list for public participation is Francisco Brea. Name and address for the record.
85 Colonial Road, Francisco Brea. Good evening, Mr. President, and as well a member of the council. I'm here today with to call to the attention to some of the concern that here in the community. They've been talking a lot, whether it be on the radio station, also in the street, but just to make it, let's say, polite, diplomatic, and democratic, I want to say that I like to see the mayor of the city to have a better communication with every one of you so you can serve us as you become elected by the people, for the people, and we want to see if he can have a better communication in order to have a better city and for the future. I also want to say, Mr. President, member of the council, that the community have a lot support for every one of you, okay? So it's just the fact to have you, okay, show your effort every day and every week that you're actually working for the city as a council. I think $2.5 million would be not too much. It's not too much for me because I have so many things in mind to say, but enough to express myself and express my support for every one of you. Hasta la victoria siempre. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. The next person we have on the list is Rich Russell.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Rich Russell, residing at 34 Cross Street. Last week, I had the opportunity to attend a neighborhood meeting. One of the main concerns was why is there a great discrepancy in the timeframes allowed for the searching and applying for various positions in the city. While we have no control over the public school system other than to pay for the budget with no recourse to reduce it, the search for the new school superintendent seems to have no end in sight after a rather prolonged search period. Meanwhile, at 200 Common Street, officials seem to think that a 14-day time limit is the proper amount of time to locate a well-qualified individual after a proper search through trade periodicals, internet, and last but not least, the Good Old Boy Network. Yesterday, a new job was posted for the Inspectional Service Department with no end date posted. Have all of the qualified people from the Good Old Boys Network been depleted, or is no one from the Good Old Boy Network interested? As a former member of the Personnel Committee while a member of the council, I saw people, quite frankly, that barely had a skill set to empty office trash barrels. The past several personnel directors have not been around long enough to make a lasting impression. My thoughts is that the entire hiring process fell apart when Frank Bonet left that office. He, quite frankly, had his act together when presenting possible candidates for a position. While I'm talking about positions, I think it's time for the city to start thinking about changing the city charter and change Lawrence to a city manager form of government. One requirement should be city manager have a BS and master's in both political science and business administration. The city manager would be a contractual position. Quite frankly, I think the citizens are getting sick and tired of electing mayor, as the election process is nothing more than a beauty contest. As Pogo said years ago in the comic strip, I have seen the enemy, and it is us. You councilors are taxpayers like a lot of my friends. My friends are not happy seeing the financial and political chicanery that goes on in the hiring of city employees. You have an opportunity to do something about it. Thank you for the time to address you.
The next person we have on the list is Kelly Stanczewski.
Good evening, Kelly Staniszewski, 47 Hamlet Street. I thought I was going to be up here ranting about my street again, but unfortunately, my signs match now, and I do appreciate it, so I want to thank you all. My signs match, and they match the ordinance that was passed. My concern, though, I'm glad that you did not do an emergency meeting for Lawrence Catholic Academy, because I do feel that's how my street fell into this big mess. It was promised to us as a trial, it could be reversed. 13 years later, we're still here, and it probably had 5 time changes, and it probably should have went through Robert's Rule after the second one, but it never happened. So I would like to say, though, in the Lawrence Catholic Academy handbook, it does say arrival and dismissal. The Lawrence Police Department, in conjunction with LCA, will be enforcing the no double, triple around the schools, of the school, no parking in the Packard Pharmacy, across the street, please park in legal spaces on the street, arrive early to get a spot, cars will be ticketed and towed for not abiding by the law by the Lawrence Police Department. The Frost School basically allows that and enforces double, triple parking without using their parking lot. Also, in my street was passed, 450 feet of no parking along the curb was supposed to be taking place. Probably the same thing that Lawrence Catholic Academy is doing, is dropping off at the corner, which is fine. We allow cars all along it. We're double, triple parking. So that upsets me a little bit. The other thing really quick is on your agenda tonight, I believe, quickly counting, 17 handicap parking spaces, 6 streets want residence parking, 1 wants side parking. The new business is more parking that's requested, a traffic study. Do we even do a traffic study? I don't know, because I'm still waiting on mine on Hamlet Street. But with that, coming to you with all that parking, the only people that are going to be able to park in this city is actually somebody if they have a handicap spot or if they have residence parking. And I mention that because we are the less strict regarding zoning and building from any other town. And our ZBAs give out variances like it's candy. So I'm asking, that eventually it cuts down a little bit. We're running out of spaces to park, and we're not thinking about good development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person on the list is Carlos Mañana. Carlos Mañana. Name and address for the record.
Good evening, council, everyone. My name is Carlos Mañana. I live on 69 Middlebury Street, retired veteran. I stand before you in concerns of an issue that's been ongoing, not only for me, for other veterans, obviously. When I go to independent import, where they fix my vehicles, every time I park there, I have a specialty place, which I always have from every other state that I've been in serving. And literally, you could park anywhere and you don't get a ticket because you pay those fees to have those specialty plates. And every time I stop at my mechanic shop, right, not even for 2 minutes to coordinate drop-off or times or whatever the case may be, I get a ticket. And I'm wondering if there's going to be, in the near future, like a resolution or something that could be done in regards to that. That is my concern.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. The next person that we have on the list is Ana Espinal.
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
Address for the record.
My name is Ana Espinal, and I have a small business in 205 Broadway, Lawrence, Massachusetts, and I stand in behalf of the council today because I am requiring more, not just financial assistance, but more help to the small businesses, especially single moms, women, and I stand here in behalf of a lot of small business owners that I am relating myself to that feel that they need more help and resources in the city, not just financially, like I mentioned, but for growth, personal reasons, or just trainings in general. There's a lot of people that, are starting businesses, but they don't really know how to run them or how to manage them. So I feel like that's something that the city, and I would like for Ryan DePena to also step up, because I know that he talked before about helping small businesses, but I'm not sure if I'm the only one that maybe feels this way, but we feel like we need a little more reinforcement when it comes to that, because it's very hard as it is starting a small business, especially coming from a Hispanic community. So I'm asking in behalf of all the small businesses here that we need more help and more resources out for people who want to become business owners as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. The next person we have on the list is Warner Gonzalez.
Hello, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Warner Ariel González. Yo estoy por aquí porque nosotros tenemos un negocio.
Permítame un minuto, por favor.
Vas a decir 2 o 3 frases y yo la digo en inglés para que todo el mundo lo entienda.
Ok, perfecto.
Nombre y dirección.
Hello, mi nombre es Warner Ariel González.
Hello, good evening. My name is Wander Arias Gonzalez.
Nosotros tenemos un pequeño negocio en el 205 de la Broadway.
We have a small business at 205 Broadway.
Nosotros estamos por aquí para decirle a la comunidad que tienen que ponerle más atención a los small business.
And we're here because we're here representing the community because they need to pay more attention to small business.
Porque nosotros los jóvenes estamos contribuyendo con la ciudad, trabajando mucho y tratamos de buscar ayuda con la ciudad y no nos ponen lo suficiente apoyo que deben ponernos.
Because we are working hard, the youth here is working hard, and we are looking to get more support, and we're not getting enough support from the city.
Somos jóvenes que estamos haciendo las cosas bien, contribuyendo bien, tenemos empleados, y eso es lo que nosotros necesitamos, que la ciudad nos dé el suficiente apoyo que nosotros necesitamos como jóvenes.
And we're working hard, building the community, and that's what we need, the support from the city to keep on doing, and we're also creating employment for in the city.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. The next person that we have on the list is Erwin Severino.
Hi, my name is Erwin Severino, Mr. President, members of the board, and I'm here tonight for 2 reasons. One, parking meters. I'm going to use the word ludicrous in the city of Lawrence. In the city that's overcrowded, I believe there was the wrong time to put mirrors, especially in residential areas. My business is 139 Jackson Street, and I feel, this is me, that any one of my customers, most of my customers from out of town, I work very hard preaching outside like political people, trying to get a vote, trying to bring business to the city of Lawrence. For some reason, it costs me money, because now I gotta pay the parking tickets to make sure they come back, and I gotta deal with that. But for some reason, in veterans, I'm going to the other side, that I don't let them pay the parking tickets. I do it, because it's not fair. You go to Texas, they don't pay parking tickets. They can park everywhere. They already serve the country. The least we can do is give them the street that they can park everywhere. We say this is a free country, It's a United States. But I feel that we are united, divided. We don't take care of veterans, and we should pay more attention about that. Veterans come first. We come second. We are not third world-class citizens. We are first-class citizens. We taxpayer. We work hard, and I expect you guys to pay attention to that. A lot of businesses, especially in my area, they feel they are targeting. And you go to other places, and you don't see those complaints because they are in peace. But for some reason, Jackson Street is the great apple. It's like the New York for the parking tickets and for the tickets. Okay, so we got to pay attention to that because eventually we're losing money as a business, and I hope you guys do something about it. Okay, thank you.
The next person we have on the list is Raul Gomez.
Chair, can you unmute the mic, please?
Vas a decir 2 o 3 frases, te paras para que yo lo pueda interpretar y después sigue. Y vas a comenzar con tu nombre y dirección.
Mi nombre es Raúl Gómez, propietario de Gómez Meat Market.
My name is Raul Gomez. I am the owner of Gomez Meat Market,
274 South Broadway.
274 South Broadway.
Buenas noches. Es la segunda vez que yo me paro aquí. Es para la misma queja sobre lo de los parquímetros.
So this is the second time that I come in front of you, and it is for the same complaint about the parkimeters.
Una preocupación porque mi negocio es de mucha actividad.
It's a concern because my business has a lot of movement.
Entonces, yo siento que los tiqueros, o sea, los que dan los tickets, me visitan con mucha frecuencia porque se les facilita darle ticket allá, o sea, es una presa fácil.
So, and I think that the people that are giving out the tickets visit me very frequently, and I think that it's because of all the movement. I think that it's an easy prey.
Y eso me está trayendo muchos problemas con la clientela porque ya siento la baja de los clientes, ya no me quieren visitar porque cada vez que van, cuando salen ya tienen un ticket en su carro.
And that is affecting me because with my clientele, because when my clientele is not coming to my business, because every time they come, they will get a ticket.
Los clientes, principalmente en el invierno, que oscurece temprano, los clientes siempre tratan de ir después del horario que ya no están dando ticket, y ellos creen que cuando oscurece ya no están dando ticket, y es un desastre.
So my clients, especially during winter hours, they try to go after the sun is down, and then they think that because the sun is down, they will not get a ticket, and they still get a ticket, so it's very chaotic.
Entonces me gustaría que me ayudaran con una solución para eso, para mi negocio, porque si continuamos así, creo que no voy a poder sostener mi negocio.
So I would like to get some help regarding this, because if things keep on going this way, I don't think that I'm going to be able to sustain my business.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. If anybody would like to participate in public participation, we still have a few minutes, and we still have time to take a few more people. Si a alguien más le gustaría hablar en participación pública, por favor, este es el tiempo, todavía tenemos espacio para aproximadamente 2 personas.
Have to sign? Good evening, my name is Annie Valdez, and I live in 129 South Union Street. I have one concern with the parking meters in South Union, that it is a commercial and a residential area. Unfortunately, we, people that live in that area, doesn't have parking because in the alternative streets that we can park, unfortunately, business owners or clients are occupying that spaces, then we don't have parking. So if we are coming back from work or something like that, we don't have space to park, either to pay the ticket or get a ticket. I mean, what I mean by that is to pay to get park or get a ticket. And I would like to know what we can do about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to end public participation. Thank you for all the ones that participated. One more? All right. Name and address for the record.
Su nombre y su dirección para el acta.
Ok, Félix José Cruz,
Félix José Cruz,
Dorchester
Dorchester
25.
25.
Mi inquietud es la siguiente sobre los parquímetros.
My concern is this for the parkimeters.
¿No tiene la ciudad algún departamento o una oficina donde puedan orientar al usuario sobre el uso?
So does the city have an office where we could get orientation regarding the use of these?
Porque hay personas que no conocen la mecánica, cómo utilizarlo. No es por lo económico, sino por la inexperiencia de usarlo.
And there is people that do not know how to use it, not because of the economic factor, but because of they do not have the experience using them.
A través de los medios de comunicación, si es que existe o deciden instalar una oficina, deben publicarlo.
So through the newspaper or any other means, you need to publicize that type of information in case there is going to be orientation in this regard.
Esa es mi inquietud. Gracias a todos.
That is my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that said, we finished public participation. Thank you, everybody, to participate and express their concerns about the different issues throughout the city of Lawrence. We're going to go ahead and continue with the agenda. We have a full agenda tonight, so I would like everybody to stick to the agenda so we can move this meeting forward.
I have a public participation comment from Zoom.
We'll have one more to speak on public participation through the Zoom meeting. Luis Robles?
Can you guys hear me, councilors?
Luis Robles, name and address for the record.
Can you guys hear me, councilors? Name and address for the record. Luis Robles, 183 Abbott Street. I just want to put out that I don't have an issue with the parking meters per se. It's just the way it's being managed. For example, just last week, my wife had paid the parking meter, and as soon as she finished paying, there was already a parking enforcement officer reading her plate. Like, you have to give people time to pay and enter the information in the parking meter. You can't just be there within seconds. So there has to be like a time frame where people park their car, and from the time that they actually finish paying, you got to give them time to do that. Because sometimes also a parking meter might not be working, you have to walk to another one. So they have to give people time for that. So I don't know if there's a training problem with the company or what's going on. Also, you have all these parking meters, but the streets, a lot of them, they don't have a parking spot painted on them. So, Councilor, I hope you can take into consideration to paint the streets, the parking spot, because there's people that park and they take up 1.5 parking spots where there could be 2 cars parked there. So we need to make also the streets more efficient and make lines so that people know where to park and to vacate the space that's available.
Mr. President, I can't hear the speaker.
Another thing to consider is that if people near residential areas that have parking meters, they will, and if they don't trust it, people just end up parking in the residential areas like the lady before mentioned. We already have a problem with this, and if people lose trust in the parking meters and the parking enforcement officers, then it's just gonna be worse because they're gonna keep parking in residential areas. And it's not even to avoid the dollar, it's just to avoid the hassle of dealing with the ticket. So overall, I think it's good, but it needs to be made more efficient and fair for the public. And one of the questions I hope can be asked in this meeting is, what is the time frame between a customer paying the parking pass and that information being transferred over to the parking officer's computer, because if it's through internet or whatever, there could be a delay, and I think that's what's causing a lot of the issues. If it's not transferred instantly to their system, then there should be a grace period before a parking officer can give a ticket. Thank you.
Continue with the agenda.
Council President,
This is going to be submitted for the records.
Council President,
Yes.
through you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice President,
Can
Stephanie
we,
Infante.
thank you, through you, Council President, can we ask Mr. Robes, Louis Robes, who's on Zoom, if he can actually, it was very difficult to hear his statement, if he can send an email to all of the councilors, a written statement of what, like a summarization of what he spoke of during public participation, so we can just go back and review it, because audio was cutting in and out, and also, we have a full room tonight, so it was very difficult to hear, Louis.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Robles, did you get the message? All testing
Thank
All
you.
right,
Yes, I can send a written communication, and I do apologize. Also, everyone on Zoom right now, we cannot hear the meeting, so we're trying to work off of YouTube, which has a delay, and the Zoom meeting. So there's a delay because of YouTube, and also we cannot hear.
Luis,
while you're on the phone.
thank you for your comments. Please send us an email.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and continue with the agenda. We have full agenda, so we're going to ask everybody to be patient because we need to move every item on this agenda forward. The first item that we have in front of us, we have some proclamation honoring a few students from the Lawrence High School, and we are going to proceed with that.
Council Chair, I think you might need to turn your microphone on, or Council TV. We can't hear.
So we are going to proceed with the agenda, and the first thing we're going to do is a proclamation honoring a few students from the Lawrence High School, Russell and Teen. With that said, I'm going to pass the gavel to the senior councilor, Councilor LaPlante, the former president of this council, so he can proceed with this specific item 20824. With that, I'll pass the gavel over to former President LaPlante. Ahí se me quedó la lista. Se me quedó la lista. Daniela la primera. Y María la última. Good evening, councilors. So we have an special communication today, and part of this communication is a proclamation to 3 Lawrence High School students. They are female wrestlers. They went over to do
Council President.
Go ahead, Mr. President.
a very challenging meeting today, but I mean, we're here and with different things. But the first thing that I would like to say about this specific proclamation through the communication aspect of the agenda is that I'm very proud to be recognizing through a proclamation 3 different students. One of them, which is Daniela Garcia, I'm going to honor Councilor Vice President Stephanie Infante to read through the proclamation since she is the councilor representing this area where Daniela lives. Councilors, Thank you for listening to this, and I feel very proud to recognize and be able to bring this up in front of you.
Thank you, Council President. The proclamation for Daniela Garcia states the following. Be it known that we, the members of the Lawrence City Council of Massachusetts, by and through this proclamation hereby applaud and recognize the Lawrence High School girls wrestling team on its successful 2024 season, and more specifically acknowledge the achievements and accomplishments of Daniela Garcia. Actually, where is Daniela Garcia? Is she here? Sorry about that was my mistake. Whereas Daniela Garcia is a member of the 2024 Lawrence High School girls wrestling team that successfully competed in the Massachusetts Interscholastic Athletic Association, the MIAA, Division I Girls State Wrestling Championships, where the team came in second in the entire state. And whereas Daniela Garcia, through her hard work and determination, became a crucial contributing member of the Lawrence High School girls wrestling team. And as a freshman, competed in the All-State Tournament on February 24 of 2024, placing second in the state in the 126-pound class as a freshman. That's amazing. Is your coach here as well? Niceforo? So the girls wrestling coach is also a math teacher at Lawrence Tech, so welcome, Mr. Niceforo. Now, therefore, we, the members of the Lawrence City Council, hereby applaud the accomplishments of Daniela Garcia and extend to her every good wish in her continued athletic achievements, and hereby set our hand and the cause of the seal of the City of Lawrence to be affixed on the 19th day of March 2024. Congratulations on behalf of the entire Lawrence City Council.
I want to thank my coach for, he trained me. I couldn't have done it without him, both my coaches and the ones watching at home, because I know they are. Without them pushing me this hard, I wouldn't have made it as far as I did. And I'm really happy that I was able to be a part of this achievement for Lawrence.
Our next recipient of this proclamation will be Kathleen Balanger. Kate? Come over. And with that said, I believe that she lives from District A, so Fidelina Santiago, Councilor Santiago, please join me. Kate Balanger, throughout her hard work and determination, became a pivotal member of the Lawrence High School girl wrestling team, and as a freshman at Abbott Lawrence Academy, compete at the All-State Tournament of 2024, placing first in the state at the 145-pound class. Congratulations, Kate.
I'd also like to thank my coaches and for giving me this opportunity, and for my teammates for getting me through the season.
Now I would like to call Hillary McDonough. She lives in District D, so we have Councilor Marmol coming up in front of us to actually honor on this proclamation, Hillary McDonald. Hillary, throughout her hard work and determination, have become a pivotal member of the Lawrence High School girl wrestling team, and as a sophomore, compete in the All-State Tournament on February 24, 2024, beating the #1 seed, placing first at the state on 185 pounds, and become the first Lawrence High School girl wrestler at the school history to win an All-State title. Come over.
I would also like to thank my coaches and my team. They have been a great help for me. If you told me that I would get this award, I wouldn't believe you in the beginning of the season, but everybody has pushed me and shown me that I'm more than what I think I am, and I thank everybody and all of my coaches for continuing to tell me to stay in the sport and showing me love that I didn't know I had.
This opportunity and say what you need.
Appreciate it. I just want to congratulate the girls. It's been a really nice year having you guys on the team. You fit right into the program. You work hard. Come to practice every day. Smile, and you're having a lot of fun. So thank you for the great season, and I wish you guys the best next year as well. I know you guys are wrestling in the off-season and setting goals for yourself, so I'd like to thank the council for this recognition as well, so thank you very much.
Sure. Do you want if the three of the girls that were recognized, if you can please join the counselor in the front, I would like to say hi. Councilors, it is important to recognize that Captain of the Fire Department is here with us. He's one of the coaches, Mike Armano. Something very unique and special about the girls wrestling is that they practice all together, as strong as they can be, together with the men's and females. So that's a huge deal. I never know anything about wrestling until start looking at it, and I love it. Thank you, councilors. Thank you, everybody.
Motion to recess?
Second.
Motion is made to recess and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Rodriguez, and members of the City Council. This evening, I am pleased to introduce you to members of the Alma Advisory Group who have partnered with the Lawrence School Department in search of a new superintendent who will lead our school system. It is important to note that we have been working with the Alma Group since mid-November, first developing a shared purpose which guided every step of our work, followed by, as you may remember, engaging the district, forming focus groups, holding private question and answer periods, and preparing for the Alma people to come into the city to meet with constituents here in Lawrence. As we begin each meeting, we read our shared purpose so that is front and center in every decision we make. I am going to read our shared purpose and introduce the Alma team. Our goal is to recruit, screen, and select the next collaborative, inclusive, outcomes-driven superintendent of the Lawrence Public Schools. Our purpose is to lead a transparent superintendent search process, engaging as many people as possible, guided by input of the Lawrence staff, students, families, partners, leaders, and community, and designed to mitigate biases every step of the way. Leading the discussion and answering your questions, we have two extremely talented representatives from the Alma Group. I'd like to first introduce you to Elena Perrier. Eliana is originally from the Bronx in New York City, where she started her schooling as an English language learner at one of the city's first bilingual school programs. Her experience as a first-generation graduate and as the parent of a child with multiple exceptionalities have shaped her commitment and passion for working toward educational excellence and equity for every student. Eliana brings almost 20 years of experience serving urban public school districts as a consultant and district leader. Most recently, Eliana served as the executive director for equitable learning environments with the Atlanta Public Schools, helping to create partnerships and establishing structures designed to build the collective capacity of leaders in the district. As a consultant, Eliana was a founding team member with the Alma Advisory Group, where she worked with the school districts nationwide to establish or strengthen leadership pipeline programs and human capital systems. She also has experience in nonprofits, including New Leaders, and as a school social worker serving immigrant students and families. Next is Sylvia Flowers. Sylvia is a Midwestern by way of Chicago and St. Louis, and she brings over 20 years of experience in urban education and state-level education policy and implementation. She currently serves as the project lead for the Lawrence Superintendent Search and has worked with the Alma Advisory Group for 4 years, where she has led successfully many executive searches for the Alma's education clients. In 2009, she moved to Nashville, Tennessee, and later served as the director of the Technical Assistance at the State Collaborative on Reforming Education, a nonprofit, nonpartisan advocacy and research organization founded by former U.S. Senate Majority Leader Bill Frist. Most recently, Sylvia spent years at the Tennessee Department of Education as the Executive Director of Educator Effectiveness and Talent, focused on implementing the state's educator education evaluation system and using human capital data to drive statewide policy and strategy and technical support for districts in recruitment, retention, compensation, professional growth, and recognition of effective educators. I am very pleased to welcome Sylvia Flowers and Eliana Pereira. Now you have to go to the beginning of the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear us?
Okay.
I hope that's a yes. Thank you, Chairperson Mariano, for that wonderful introduction, and thank you so much to the members of the City Council for allowing us to speak with you tonight. As Chairperson Mariano said, my name is Sylvia Flowers. I am the Managing Director of Executive Search and Talent for the ALMA Advisory Group, and had the opportunity to meet many of you when we were on site in January. I'll let my colleague Eliana introduce herself, and then we'll get started with our presentation.
Y yo me voy a introducir en español. Gracias por permitirnos un tiempecito para compartir un resumen sobre la búsqueda esta noche y proveerles un poquito más de información sobre qué hemos podido hacer entre enero, cuando estábamos allá reuniéndonos con miembros de la comunidad, con estudiantes y con empleados del distrito, y hasta el día de hoy en preparación para las entrevistas.
Next slide. All right. So as Chairperson Mariano mentioned, tonight we want to start with our shared goal and purpose and give you an update on the timeline. Then we'll share a little bit about the selection process, and then go into how you all can continue to support and be a part of this process. Chairperson Mariano read to you our shared goal and purpose, as you see on the screen here tonight. We won't read it again, but this, as she mentioned, really guides our work together with the LAE subcommittee and our partnership with the LAE. Eliana?
And I don't know if we still have I'm seeing the community now, so I wasn't sure if we still have the shared purpose. Pero quería solo interpretar un poco sobre el propósito y nuestra meta en esta búsqueda. Lo que estaba detallando la señora Mariano es que nuestra meta en esta búsqueda siempre ha sido de crear un proceso colaborativo e inclusivo y basado en los datos y en la información que nos ha proveído la comunidad de Lawrence. Esa información nos ha ayudado a informar el proceso de reclutar, el proceso de crear la descripción del trabajo, en inglés como le dicen, el job description, y también el proceso de selección para el próximo superintendente de Lawrence. Thank you.
Next slide. I think we're there. I hope we're there. So our next slide shows an overview of the superintendent search timeline. And as Chairperson Mariano mentioned, we began working with the subcommittee in November to really design our process together. And so we spent the majority of December through February gathering stakeholder input. And we did that through a number of channels. First was, of course, one-on-one conversations with each of you, members of the LAE, and other members of the state delegation. And then we launched a survey and planned our site visit for January, where we were able to have many focus groups and conversations with community members, staff members, and others. From there, we analyzed all of that information in order to design the job profile. As I shared in many of those sessions, we do not have a cookie cutter job description. We really want the needs and the ideas from the community to come forth in how we tell the story about Lawrence Public Schools. So we were able to launch, to draft the job profile, present to the LAE and have that approved, and then we launched the job profile in mid-February. Really, now our time shifts to building out the recruitment process and the selection process. So we've spent the last month on recruiting and sourcing candidates and really casting as broad a net as possible to find people who would be a good fit for Lawrence Public Schools. We anticipate that March through April will be the key selection process activities, where we're doing multiple rounds of interviews in order to recommend finalists to come to Lawrence to meet the community. So we anticipate that the mid to late April timeframe is when we'll be at finalist stage, and hoping for a mid-May, early to mid-May recommendation and offer for the position.
Las etapas claves para la búsqueda están en esta página acá, donde empezamos en el mes de diciembre y en enero, de verdad, estableciendo lo que iba a ser el proceso de las reuniones comunitarias. Nos reunimos con varios miembros de la comunidad y en unos momentitos le vamos a dar más información sobre las reuniones, los números de participantes. Pero durante esa etapa pudimos de verdad entender mejor las prioridades para la posición, que últimamente fueron los que informaron el perfil del superintendente, ya que recibimos aprobación del perfil en el mes de febrero. Empezamos el reclutamiento nacional para el próximo superintendente. En el mes de febrero y marzo hemos estado revisando los resúmenes y de verdad viendo el tipo de interés que hemos recibido en la posición para el superintendente. Ahora estamos en el proceso ya de diseñar lo que va a ser las entrevistas en que van a participar los candidatos que lleguen al próximo nivel del proceso. Ahora en el mes de marzo hasta mayo serán el enfoque total en entrevistas con los candidatos que estén interesados, que tengan la experiencia y las conexiones necesarias para ejercerse en esta posición en la ciudad de Lawrence. Y en unos momentos también les vamos a explicar cómo pueden involucrarse en este proceso.
Next slide. And just to synthesize, here's what we've accomplished so far and what's coming next. So as we mentioned in the timeline, we have presented the community engagement report and our findings, which led to the development of our job profile. That job profile was launched in February, and we have been actively recruiting for the role. And one of the things that ALMA does is we're really looking for people who may be looking for opportunities and who may not be looking for opportunities. And we have a wide network of potential educators that we have been tapping into in order to build a really strong pool for this position. Our team conducts the first round interviews, and so those interviews have begun. And what's coming next is we're continuing to review and screen candidates for the position. And we're also concurrently developing the next rounds of the selection process in order to be ready for the final round interview days. And so what you will hear in the coming weeks are opportunities for us to continue to align back to our shared goal and purpose and invite people to be a part of an interview panel. That it would include parents and staff and students and others to really have the opportunity to participate.
Esta lista acá les explica lo que hemos completado hasta este punto en la búsqueda. Presentamos el reporte que detalló todo lo que aprendimos de las reuniones comunitarias y también de la encuesta que lanzamos en el mes de diciembre y en enero con la comunidad. Como explicó Silvia también, creamos el perfil del superintendente basado en esa información y ahora estamos completando el primer nivel de entrevistas que completa nuestro equipo en Alma. Y mientras estamos haciendo eso, al mismo tiempo también estamos preparando los próximos, la próxima etapa del proceso, que será completada con miembros del LI y otros miembros de la comunidad de Lawrence. También estamos preparándonos para el último parte del proceso, que será a finales de abril, empezando mayo, porque ahí entonces también tendremos mucho más oportunidad para que miembros de la comunidad participen en ese proceso y también le daremos un poco más de información sobre eso. Next slide.
All right. You know, again, going back to our shared goal and purpose, we want to create a transparent and community-informed process from start to finish, and that begins with our community engagement that began in December and January. And as you will see, we met with nearly 400 people over the course of our time, both before we were there in January, before we arrived in January and then throughout the month of January. We conducted over 60 meetings, and we had a tremendous response to the survey. Really, really proud that we got to nearly 2,000 survey respondents, and nearly half of those were completed in Spanish, which is a great, great number for us. As I mentioned, March and April is really the intense time for recruiting and screening. We're conducting round 1 and round 2 interviews during that time. There will be a round 2 interview committee that includes members of the LAE subcommittee, school committee, staff, parent, and a teacher representative. So the round 2 interview team will meet the recommended candidates for the next round, and then that group will narrow the pool to our final round interviews. We are anticipating that late April, early May will be the time for our in-person final round interviews, and have designed a process where people can nominate themselves or others to be a part of an interview panel. We will have 7 interview panels as part of the final round interview process. The final interview, of course, will be with the members of the LAE, which is consistent with Massachusetts state policy. And we're going to work to make sure that interviews that the students conduct, that the parents conduct, and that the LAE conduct will be live streamed and available for the public to view. Eliana?
Sorry, we have to start wrapping so that we can get to questions. Pero lo único que les voy a decir acá es que otra vez repitiéndole, en enero pudimos hacer el reporte y estamos contentos de poder compartir que nos reunimos con más de 390 participantes, 62 reuniones en total para establecer este proceso. En este mes y en el que viene estaremos enfocados en las entrevistas, y en el mes, al final de abril, empezando a mayo, es que vamos allá a cerrar ya este proceso, identificando los finalistas del proceso. Pero esa es la información que queríamos brindarle, y también darle una página donde pueden ir a más información para enterarse de cómo pueden participar y aprender más sobre los paneles para servir como entrevistas.
Next slide.
And that's the last one.
All right, so what comes next? We want your help in continuing to spread the word about the position. The job description can be found on the Lawrence Public Schools website. We will also have the nomination process live on the website this week. You can nominate someone. Make sure you spread this to your network so that people can nominate themselves to be a part of the process. And then, of course, when we get to the finalist round, we want everyone in the community to watch any of the live streamed interviews and share their feedback. And with that, we'd love to open it up to any questions that you have.
Yes.
I have a question.
We would like to open at this point with councilors, two councilors, if they have any particular questions. So yeah, we're going to start first with Councilor Del Rosario, and then we proceed with Councilor Malmore, and then Councilor Santiago.
Thank you, through you, Council President. You all know where I stand with the process, and today once again, it tells me that the process is not correct. Alma should be here for respect of the councilors, for respect of the community. They should be here in person. Also, to make you aware, you guys are from Chicago, you guys never been here, and you know how bad our communication is through Zoom. So for me, it's very disrespectful that you guys are making tons of money and you guys could not be here in person. And that's one thing. It's disrespectful for us and for our community. You guys should be here in person. I'm very disappointed, but you guys know how I feel about the process. And it is okay. I sent correspondence to all of you, to us, to be part of the process, parents and also city councilors, when it comes to choose the superintendents, because we represent the people, and you guys are denying us an opportunity. And I would like the chair of the LA board, just give her a little reminder. You're not letting us participate on choosing the superintendent, which is okay. But when the school system needs money, you come here and ask us for money, and we provide you the money. So we should be participating. We should be part of the process, not just data collection. And I'm going to make it very clear, and this is how I'm going to end it. I'm very disappointed. I think it's very disrespectful, once again, to us and also to our community, that the person that is choosing the most important person in the city, the group that is helping us choosing the most important person in the city after the mayor, is not here and present, facing our community that is sitting here. They don't know how many people are here. They don't know how many people have been here waiting for this, and they're not even here. That's very disrespectful for our community, and that's why I think, on my personal, I'm not dragging none of my colleagues. On a personal level, this is a failure. Thank you.
Councilor Mamo?
So in order for us to be able to have transparency and accountability for this organization in choosing our next, or facilitating the process of choosing our next superintendent, do you guys release reports or allow access to all the candidates that have applied? All the candidates that you guys have selected to move forward to the round 1 of interviews? All those candidates that you have selected for round 2 of interviews, in addition to attaching their resumes and applications?
Did you get the question?
Counselor Gregory?
Did you listen to
Or is the question about the applicant pool?
Say that again. Did you get the question?
Which one was the question? Was it the comment from Counselor Gregory? Or was it the question that came afterwards?
Did you listen to the question at all?
Yes,
To you,
we
Council
had
President.
an actual question about the applicant pool, and the first one seemed to be a comment. So which one would you like us to respond to?
The Councilor Mamo just asked a few questions regarding the process when it comes to
people that apply in the first round and second round. Councilor Mamo, do you mind repeating the question?
Oh, I heard her question. So to be clear, we are recruiting candidates for this position who have been assured confidentiality up through the finalist round. So the LAE subcommittee that we are working with will have access to the applicant pool at the time that we recommend candidates for an interview and a round 2 interview. So ALMA Advisory Group does the first round interview screen. And at this time, we are not sharing any information about the names of applicants because of candidate confidentiality at this stage of the process. When we get to the round 2 interviews, the round 2 interview committee will obviously have the list of the applicants and our recommendations on who's moving forward through the process. When we get to the finalist stage, of course, we want to announce the finalists for the role and invite broad community participation in that process. At this time, we can share the application statistics and demographics with you all. So since we posted the position in February, we've had over 1,200 views of this position from the variety of sites that we use to recruit candidates. We've had 42 applications submitted as of today. And of those, we also have an EEOC compliance survey that candidates have the option of completing. So for those who completed the survey, out of the 42, 16 identify as male, 13 identified as female, 9 identified as white or Caucasian, 8 identified as African American, 11 identified as Hispanic or Latinx, and 1 identified as more than one race or multiracial, biracial. We also have a supplementary question as part of our application process and around whether the candidate is bilingual or biliterate in Spanish, and 19 of the 42 have identified as bilingual and biliterate.
All this information, all this information that you just provided, are you able to provide that report to the council? In addition, I would like to also understand what method is being used to conduct interviews. Are you guys doing this via Zoom, or are these interviews being conducted personally?
So we submitted this presentation to someone in your council support team, and you are welcome to have access to it. I can't remember the young lady's name who we've been contacting in order to prepare for this meeting. I think we got information today about how to prepare for today's meeting. Our first round interviews are conducted by a member of the ALMA team via Zoom or via phone. The second round interviews are conducted or will be conducted by the round 2 interview committee, and those will be via Zoom. And then in person, people will meet with finalists in Lawrence at the end of April, early May.
All right.
Council President.
Just wanted to
And you
say-
can work with Eileen Bernal to get access to this presentation.
I just, for the record, we do have the presentation, but the data that you
And then
provide,
otherwise, everything about the Lawrence Superintendent search is posted on the Lawrence Public Schools website.
for the record, I just wanted to state that we did receive the presentation, but the data that you provided in terms of like the numbers and the stats, that was not attached. So that's why I was requesting if that information that was not submitted, if you could submit that as a report to the council.
At this point,
Okay, that is on slide 9 of the presentation in the appendix, and it comes after the thank you slide.
all right,
that
Councilor Vice President Infante.
Thank you, through you, Council President. First, I want to, I'm hearing, before we continue this conversation, I'm hearing some of the concerns of my colleagues, and I want to make a few points. First, the City Council does not hire the superintendent. Secondly, the school system is under state receivership. This advisory group is hired by DESE and the state-appointed committee, which ultimately, they should have been the ones to be giving the full presentation. They should be the ones informing their elected officials on the exact process, because they're getting this information from their consultants that they hire to do the back end of the work. And I also want to say, in terms of technology, it is not our participants' fault that we have not upgraded our technology. This is not, we have counselors that have also participated in city council meetings through Zoom, and you don't see our department heads or anyone saying, oh, well, I don't want to listen to this, or walking away because a counselor is on Zoom. I don't know about my colleagues, but I've also participated in virtual job interviews. In the 21st century, using technology is a very normal thing. Now, yes, it would have been nice to have a representative from the ALMA advisory group, but also I just want to say, personally, as a counselor, I received 6 different emails from this group asking for one-on-one interviews, asking for counselor input. I know I am not the only counselor that they have reached out to. I received a call from the chair of the appointed education committee, also asking if I had my interview with the ALMA group. This is a lot more than what we're doing for like another important position for the city. I'm just gonna say it, the police chief, that we should be having a similar process and no one's saying nothing about that. But this particular position is, we're under state receivership. Honestly, the state should be giving us the presentation. The state should be giving us the information. And I do not know why they're not more involved. And I don't understand why they're letting this consultant group take all the heat on their behalf. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Now I recognize Councilor Santiago.
Hello? Okay. This meeting tonight was to give us an update about the process. And I don't want the name or personal information, but I would like to know how many potential candidates do you have at this moment?
So thank you so much for that question. We have received 42 applicants for the position. Wait, let me mute my other screen. We've received 42 applications for the position, and we are in the process of reviewing resumes and screening those candidates for the role.
Excuse me, I didn't say application, I said potential candidate.
Now at this time I recognize Councilor LaPlante.
Hello.
See, the trick here, you see, is you have to speak and then be quiet because they're in the back room trying to figure out which knobs to press. And so if you speak right away, you get back feed. So I just wanted to speak for myself, Council President, and say I don't feel disrespected. The amount of times that the LAE board and their representatives have reached out to me to make sure that I filled out the questionnaire. I had a one-on-one conversation with Alma. I went down to South Lawrence East School to speak. I've never seen, and I think I've seen 2 or 3 different superintendent searches, I've never seen the kind of outreach to a body, frankly, that has very little to do with selecting a superintendent of schools. So I just want to speak for myself and say I don't feel disrespected by this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Plant. Now, at this time, I'm recognizing Councilor Luzon.
Oh, well, thank you for the presentation. And I'm going to join Councilor LaPlante. I don't feel disrespected. I also attended the meeting, the public meeting at, I forgot the location, but I attended the public, South Lawrence East. And thank you so much for what you're doing. But, I mean, it's something that I asked before, is that basically we don't have any role in this process because it's not up to us. So why are we spending time and asking so many questions? This my concern.
All right. As far as I understand the process, I wanted to clarify a few things. Once we have the finalists, I believe that there's going to be 7 different subgroups that are going to be meeting with the finalists. And on those groups, elected officials might be one of those groups. So essentially, at the end of the process, once we have finalists, we will have a participation to perhaps not interview, but discuss or talk to the candidates. I don't know how it's going to be the process, but I know that 7 different groups are going to be interviewing the finalists. And they're going to spend 2 days in the city of Lawrence talking about with different groups and talking about with different part of stakeholders on the community. Am I right?
That is correct. We are working with the school district to, oh, sorry.
Officials of the city. Now, as Sylvia expressed earlier, right now there's going to be a nomination form on the school department website. So if any of you are interested in participating in that final round of interviewing the 3 finalists, you need to fill one of those out and self-nominate yourself, or if you'd like to nominate someone else, you can do that also. And then we will announce what that panel looks like based on what we get for applications. So those are going to be available on the school department website, I believe, starting tomorrow. So again, you will have the opportunity to ask questions of the 3 candidates and send us, or as you all meet, you'll debrief and we'll get all the notes from what you feel or who you feel the right candidate should be. We're not shutting you out as a city council or any elected officials.
Yeah, thank you for the information. At this point, I think that if any other councilors have any other particular questions about the process, the intent of this presentation was to clarify and to get informed about the process as of how the ALMA, the advisory group, is performing this search.
It is a national search. It was a profile for the candidates, or a profile for the job description that was developed throughout the city. And the current, at this point, the Alma Advisory Group is going to be performing the first round of interview. Once they get to the finalists, and then we will be more involved during the process, and anybody that would like to be participant on the process, they can apply on the website to be part of part of that 7 different groups of different stakeholders on the city of Lawrence. So it is important to share that information with your college. It is important to share that information with people that you believe might be a positive input to the process, and we need to work all together to make sure that our next superintendents for the school system it represent the community and also have the best interests of the students. The main priority should be the students, our future generation. Councilors, if there is anything else that would like to hear from the Alma Advisory Group or from the state that is here with us, this is the time. If it's not,
Council President.
Councilor Levy.
Thank you. I don't have a question, but I want to thank you, Pat. Also, I want to thank you, Alma, and the superintendent, and all of the people from the school that attended today. I'm so glad that at least we were able to get them to come our petition, because we asked them to give it an update, and this is what we are getting. So thank you so much for coming tonight and letting us know what's going on and where we are at this point. Thank you so much.
If it's not any other questions or comments on this matter at this point, I entertain a motion to withdraw this item 11524.
So moved.
No, 11424.
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion to withdraw, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Now we're going to proceed with the next presentation, which is the item 11524, which is the status review of the Board of Health. Dr. Gore is invited, and he's here with us, as well as the members of the Board of Health that represent the community. Thank you first for being here, for providing us with an update about the Board of Health, and we are here to listen.
Excellent. First, I'd like to hand out to all the counselors a memo that I think kind of spells out the challenges that we are facing right now, not just at the Board of Health level, but also in our health department. And I'd like to thank President, Counselor, and all you counselors for allowing me to come before you. It is truly an honor. I have dedicated my entire professional career to Lawrence. I came here in the mid-90s and still live and work in Lawrence as a family doctor. Lawrence is faced with incredible challenges when we talk about public health. And there are challenges that run from homelessness to our food establishments to the keeping our housing code compliant, to the massive public health issues that we face with active cases of tuberculosis, a huge influx of immigrants that have health challenges and have no insurance. A city the size of Lawrence that faces the public health challenges that Lawrence face should really have a robust, well-functioning health department. And over the last few years, what we have seen is a whittling down of our health department to a health department that is the most underfunded health department in the state of Massachusetts. I just want to quickly give you some figures. The annual budget for our health department, we allocate $1 $1,000,000.52 per individual in the city of Lawrence. When compared to the city of Methuen, they allocate $21.62 per capita annually. So the annual budget right now for the health department in the city of Lawrence is $133,000. Methuen allocates $1.13 million to their health department. So this gives us absolutely no resources to hire inspectors that have any background. We have been unable to hire a registered sanitarian. There's low morale, poor experience, lack of background, lack of training, rapid staff turnover, poor morale, and basically lots of our new hires generally lack the minimum experience and require extensive supervision and training. This is not a function of lack of trying. We do not have the resources, this department does not have the resources to hire the people that we need to help us improve the public health of this city. I have been working with the administration, the current administration. I have met with Mayor DePena and with Mr. Spanner and Mr. Matias to try to work towards improving this department. First and foremost, state law requires that the Board of Health is a 3-member board. For years, we have existed as a 2-member board, which makes a quorum rather difficult in many instances. So we have sent several prospective candidates to the administration to consider as a 3rd board member for the Board of Health. We implore both the city councilors and the current administration to increase the budget of the health department. The budget, as I have mentioned, is embarrassingly low for a city the size of Lawrence that has the public health challenges that Lawrence has faced for years. Another issue that is certainly significant is Lawrence has just been cut out of 3 major grants. The Public Health Excellent Shared Services Grant, which was going to bring close to $2.5 million to the city of Lawrence to assist in training and bringing our food establishments up to be code compliant. They were going to bring in consultants. They were money to train inspectors. Sadly, the Department of Public Health has just stripped Lawrence out of this grant. There's also the AmeriCorps grant. The AmeriCorps grant is a very, very important grant that addresses safe and healthy homes in Lawrence and Methuen. It's funded annually with approximately $344,000. This grant was delayed by 1 year because of Lawrence's inability to hire a qualified director to manage the grant. There's a 3rd grant that we were offered by the state to hire an epidemiologist. And this grant also has at great risk of being removed from Lawrence due to its, the money was used inappropriately. It was used to hire 4 inspectors, none of whom are an epidemiologist. So we have a lot of work to do. I think in my conversations with the administration, they are motivated, they are interested in moving towards improving our health department. Their intentions are good in that they want to move towards a healthier city. I think the problem is a true resetting of the structure of the health department under the ISD department. And I brought Ethan Moscoop here, who is a consultant from the Shared Services Grant, who we rely on constantly. He's a registered sanitarian. He is someone who has a vast knowledge about food establishments, housing code, and we rely on him constantly. But for some reason or another, he was given a letter saying that he was not to provide any more services to the city of Lawrence. And this basically violated the terms of the Public Health Excellence Shared Services Grant, and it stripped Lawrence of close to $2.5 million over 3 years to accomplish all the things that we have been trying to accomplish. That money is so incredibly important to this city, given the extreme lack of money provided in the annual budget to our health department. So we have to find a way to become in compliant with the requirements of these grants. It is so essential to supplement our budget and to really face these major challenges that we have in the city of Lawrence, from housing, food establishments, infectious disease, direct observed therapy for tuberculosis patients, training our inspectors appropriately, hiring a registered sanitarian, hiring an epidemiologist, hiring an additional nurse, having someone doing outreach, having someone working with our homeless, having a counselor, a peer support person. These are the things that Lawrence needs to improve the health and welfare of our city. And so we come before you, both Mr. Hill and myself, are your only 2 board members. We hope that there will be 3 shortly. And we implore you, as we work towards the next budget, that we realize that Lawrence Health Department needs to be fully funded to accomplish these goals. It also needs to be, we need to understand that when the states give us grants, large grants that could really put us over the top, and this is the first time in years that Lawrence has been offered this kind of funding to help train and hire, we have to stay in compliance with the guidelines that the state has laid out, and that is just not being done. I would love the opportunity for both Mr. Hill and Mr. Mascoop to comment, but I come before you because I think we can improve things with the will and the funding, and we all want a better community, a healthier community, and I think we owe it to our residents to provide just that. Who would like to go first?
Do the details. You're the big gun here, and then I'll just do an overview.
Name and address for the record, please.
Sure, thank you. My name is Ethan Mascoop. As Dr. Gorman mentioned, I'm the Shared Services Coordinator for the Methuen Lawrence Shared Services Agreement Grant. Just very briefly, and then I'm happy to take any questions if you have any. But very briefly, Dr. Gorin had mentioned most of what I had written in the memo. I come with over approximately 30 years of experience working in public health, local public health. I also teach at an adjunct basis at the Boston University School of Public Health, looking at local public health issues and something called legal epidemiology, which is the intersection of law and public health. So that's in my areas of specialty as regards to my work here. As Dr. Gorin had mentioned, this department here requires a lot of work. However, there's also a lot of opportunities. And those opportunities are, first of all, as I said, I've been working in public health in over 30 years. And the state has, for even longer than that, has been asking and been encouraging communities to regionalize, to share services, and to become more robust and to become more active in a partnership with the state. This is the first time in my career where the state is now backing that up with significant money. Part of the reason, or the significant reason, is because we've all gone through shared experience with COVID-19 and the pandemic, and the state and the government, the federal government funding part of this effort recognizes that local health, it plays an important role in responding to not just epidemics, but to everything that we deal with in public health. And for the first time, the money is there. This is unusual, this is unique, and in my experience, I don't think I've ever seen anything as robust and as important as I've seen now coming from the state. Also, there's a lot of wonderful opportunities in this city. It's an exciting city, it's a vibrant city. When I first came here about 1.5 years ago or so as a consultant for Methuen and Lawrence, I was literally blown away by the excitement and the passionate people that work in, these new inspectors that were just hired under the various COVID grants, and asking them when I introduced myself, and I asked them, why are you here? Why did you take this job? You could have taken other jobs. And they said, well, I live here, I want a better city. I know there's things with the city that needs to be improved. And I know we can't do it all, nor can we do it all quickly, but the passion is there and the desire is there. And you have an amazing, wonderful city to live and work in. So those are the challenges, because the department has been so chronically underfunded and so chronically understaffed and poorly staffed for so very long. It's almost as if that people don't even understand what they don't have. And yet, for example, Dr. Gordon had mentioned there's a grant to hire epidemiologists. Well, what does an epidemiologist do? An epidemiologist is someone who studies and looks at the rates of disease, where the causes of diseases. They look at where diseases are going, and how do you stop that? How do you mitigate that? How do you provide remedies? So what are some of the things you can do? Is it different kinds of inspections, different kinds of responses, or collaborating regionally, and also work as a partnership with the state? Unfortunately, here in the city, I believe, my understanding is that rather than hiring epidemiologists, they hired 4 inspectors, which we need, but they're not epidemiologists, with all due respect. And that's not what the grant requires. The grant requires working on a different level with different skill sets. And to do that effectively so that we can do that work.
Very quick, just to clarify from that grant that you're mentioning, that was the grant that we actually just have recently, since COVID, we actually reapply and get it again?
I don't know for sure, because I'm not familiar with that particular meeting when you discussed that grant. It might very well be. There are about 3 grants I'm discussing right now. One is shared services, another was the AmeriCorps grant, and the third is, I forget the name of it right now, but it's for epidemiology. It's continued contact tracing. Okay, that's to build on the contact tracing grants and experience, but to make it more robust and more a higher level kind of response to illness and disease. I also want to mention, for example, the grant as well, since it's now been terminated by Lawrence. The city of Methuen was asked or told by the mayor here in Lawrence that my services are no longer needed, and by doing that, that canceled the terms of the grant. And therefore, I'm no longer working on behalf of the shared services agreement with Lawrence. Methuen, to keep the grant, is now looking for another partner or partners to continue on with the grant funding, which I think they will succeed in doing. The grant itself is being renewed for 3 years, and that final renewal will be next week. And it's doubtful, highly doubtful, I'm told it's actually impossible for Lawrence to be part of that process because the time period is so short. And that grant will not be renewed for 3 years. So based upon that information, Lawrence has potentially lost approximately $2.2 million in funding for the health department and related services. It distresses me to mention that and to inform you of that. And I've done everything I could possibly do to try to rescue it, and I've run out of ideas, other than to speak to the council here and to talk to the board members. I can say more. One of the recommendations that you see in my memo, and I'll be very brief about it, is I think as well it's important, I recommend to do an audit or do somewhat of an audit of the health department that's housed within ISD. I've talked a lot about the necessity of independence within the ISD division, because the Board of Health has certain responsibilities that must be accomplished. Under the state sanitary code, for example, there's housing, there's food establishments, There's indoor air quality in ice skating rinks, and you have an ice skating rink here that's very popular, and going through the records, the Board of Health has never once certified that ice skating rink or ever done an inspection of that ice skating rink in I don't know how many years, and yet they're mandated by law to do so. Food establishments, we don't know how many food establishments there are in the city. And those that are here, those that we do know of, they're not being properly inspected at times. And for example, I mentioned in the memo, there was a complaint at a food establishment in a public school, and they never responded to the complaint properly and closed the case. By the way, these are because of the vagueness in the way that the ISD is structured, that there are many. The sanitary code is the sole responsibility of the Board of Health and the Board of Health's agent. The agent speaks for the Board of Health, the agent acts for the Board of Health. In the times, in the event, the Board of Health itself cannot go out and do these inspections, which is unreasonable in a large city like this. That's why they have agency, that's why they appoint agents. And you have an agent here, and she was appointed over a year ago, or a year and a half ago, and her work has been sidelined and been marginalized within the department. And it's also made it more difficult to accomplish the bare minimum requirements by the state. All right, I've said enough. I'm happy to take any questions, because I can go on all night.
Mr. President.
Councilor Vice President Infante.
Thank you. Thank you for all the information. I'm going to ask one question. I'll wait till the end because I know we have one more presenter. But when you say that the work of what's her name? The agent. But what is
Her name is Wismelda Perez.
Ms. Perez? When you say that's been sidelined and marginalized, can you provide an example of what you mean by?
A couple of very brief examples. For example, she has no resources to do the work that she needs, so she has no ability to direct or to supervise, let's say, admins or other inspectors, because it comes under the ISD directors, and there's some confusion or vagueness even within the ordinance as to how that operates. Another example is, at times, cases will be closed without the knowledge of your health agent. And it's the health department, it's the health agent and the Board of Health that has the sole responsibility legally to take those actions. For example, when to open a case, when to close a case, how to report the cases, and also to vary. So for example, in a housing case, if there's a housing inspection, the way the code demands and requires the response is within a very short period of time, the report goes out in order to correct, and then in that order to correct, there should be a notice that says all affected parties may appeal this particular order to the Board of Health for a decision as to whether or not the order should be upheld, modified, changed, or what have you, and also for hearing. Maybe there needs to be a variance. The city does not do that. The city writes a ticket, which normally there's a process of how to do that, but the city does not follow the exact requirements. So what happens is that the tenants, for example, that might be living in severe substandard conditions, don't even have knowledge that they're required to have. It's supposed to be in the report that they have these certain rights. So what happens is, as well, under the 40U ticketing, I'm only getting a little technical here, but it will eventually be appealed to a hearing officer months down the line, without the tenants even being aware, and then the hearing officer will make a decision as to whether or not that ticket and those conditions are valid or not, or should be withheld, and whether they should be dismissed, without any input or knowledge of the Board of Health. And what I mean by marginalized as well, to go back to that, there have been cases, I'm not sure about this particular one I described, but asking the city solicitor's office for an opinion as to how legally this should be handled, because the law and the health response go hand in hand, as I mentioned earlier, and there's been very few times when the responses have been affected, and I don't think it's because of the city solicitor. I suspect there are other reasons why there's been no response.
Thank you.
Councilors, at this point, I will open the floor to any of you that would like to ask questions in regard to this matter. And
I'm just gonna close, so.
I think there was a question.
Okay.
I don't know.
So, councilors, any particular questions? Councilor Levy?
Thank you, Council President. Principal, good evening. You mentioned that you recommend to do an audit
Yes.
to the health department.
Of the health department. I'm not recommending, because it's not my area of concern, of all of ISD. That's a different, I'm not commenting on that at all. I'm talking about the health functions within ISD.
Can you
Okay, very briefly, as I mentioned
Yes.
before, the
Yeah.
state sanitary code is the core requirements of the Board of Health. So for example, housing, food, swimming pools, summer camps for children. And by the way, we suspect there are summer camps here in the city. I would imagine there are, and never once has the health department reviewed or certified or licensed those summer camps. Every year, when the state requires a response from the local health departments as to how many summer camps they have licensed, the answer from Lawrence is 0, because no one has done that. And I'm not blaming the health department, you just don't have the resources. You don't have the ability. And yet the children here, the health codes for summer camps are very, very thorough and robust. They review such things as qualifications of counselors, the ratio of counselors to children, CORI checks and SORI checks, the conditions for various health conditions of the children. All those things come out. It's a very long process to review and to certify summer camps. And we don't know within the health department even if there's a single summer camp operating in the city. And I suggest there are, but never once has the health department followed through on its legal responsibilities of certifying and reviewing summer camps. So that's another example.
Thank
Right,
you.
Councilor LaPlante?
Yes, Please.
Councilor Levy?
Okay. Mr. Gorn and Hill, do you remember when was the last audit for Department of Health? And do you know it was audit?
In my tenure as the chairman, I have never seen an audit performed for the health department.
Any kind of review from the state, from
No,
whoever? No?
no, no.
Now we're starting to get a better, outline of what we need to do, because the state, after we passed through that horrible pandemic, and after we ran through that horrible pandemic and health is on the mouth or in the ears of everybody, now they're actually expressing a structure of how we should be doing it. And I've been doing it wrong, or we've been doing it wrong for about 9 years. I've gone through 3 administrations, and at least this administration, I am having a conversation with them, and they are willing to come to the table. But unfortunately, this has been a sore spot in the city of Lawrence, not letting Lawrencians progress because of the constitute of a lack of a budget to actually take care of our Lawrencians.
I have a more question. How many people do you say that the board should have?
We should have, we have 2, but we should have a minimum 3. I did send application up to a pharmacist that actually is a manager in Lawrence General Hospital, and I'm really pushing for her to do it. I think we're going to be in trouble in a little bit if Stewart goes out of business. I think we need to create a side panel or a group to discuss it, and since she is a manager at Lawrence General, I'm really pushing for her to put it in because we're going to need her knowledge base if that happens.
Mr. Gold?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Very, very briefly, the state law, Chapter 111, Section 26, requires a 3-member Board of Health in a city such as Lawrence unless the charter says otherwise. It is the responsibility of the mayor to appoint the members of the board. But there have been other applicants I'm aware of, but yet even previous administrations have not appointed another board. But the law says the city shall, not may, but shall have a 3-member board. That is a requirement.
Councilor Levy?
One more question, please. So You said that we should increase the budgets. How much is the budget right now for the Board of Health?
Like I had mentioned, the budget now for the health department is $130,000. As a comparison with our neighbor Methuen, they have a health department budget of $1.134 million. We base public health budgets on allocation per capita. Lawrence right now is less than $2 per capita. Methuen is over $20 per capita. You know, and I think that more importantly, the loss of this Public Health Excellence Grant will really adversely affect our ability to hire and train and take the city and to the next level in terms of conquering the immense public health challenges that we face. The budget is important. We do need a second nurse. We need an epidemiologist. We need peer support individuals. We need outreach. We need to hire a qualified health director that can be our agent, because a Board of Health can only be as strong as the health director and the people working for us. And if we can't hire good people, we don't have the resources to hire those people, the Board of Health has limited ability to make change.
It is important to recognize that that position is funded on the current budget. So we haven't been able to hire somebody, but the position is funded and the fund is available to hire
The health
that
director.
position, the health director.
Correct.
Yes.
And it would be most important if the health director that we hire is somebody that has some public health background, whether it be a master's in public health, or more importantly, be a registered sanitarian. We do not have a registered sanitarian in the city of Lawrence. The only person we have is Ethan, who now is not consulting for the city, for reasons we are not really sure why.
May I?
Sure, by all
I'd like
means.
to add one more thing here to that discussion. Part of my memo, I mention, or I recommend the following: recognizing the city charter and the city ordinance, that it is the mayor's responsibility for hiring and managing and firing and all those aspects of human services, and I respect that, and I encourage that. However, I strongly recommend, what I see in the successful cities that I've consulted in, is that the boards of health are included in the process of the hiring as an advisor, in an advisory role, not to overturn the mayor's decision, and to respect the mayor's role as it is defined under the charter and the ordinance. But successful departments, part of the success is when they rely on the experience and the knowledge of the board members. You have a city physician, you have another member of the board, and they come with experience and background as well. And they can advise the mayor and the Human Services Department or the Personnel Department as to how to find good people and how to vet those people as they move forward in developing the department.
Councilor Levy, you're done?
Quickly, excuse me, both Mr. Hill and myself have met with the mayor and his staff. They are highly motivated to hire the necessary individuals, and they have come up with a diagram of how they would like to restructure the department, which both Stephen Hill and I support, bringing on more staff, having a health director, Board of Health agent that is the manager of the department. And I think giving some autonomy to the health department, not having them work under the building services, but having some autonomy would really go a long way to be able to make an impact. So, you know, Stephen and myself will continue to work with Brian DePena and his staff, making recommendations regarding Board of Health members, epidemiologists, prospective health directors, but again, it's very hard to accomplish these goals without an adequate budget. So going forward, I would like you all to take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank
Councilor Levy, one more questions?
It's okay. Thank you so much.
Councilor LaPlante?
If I could, oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Council President. So, what you have just distributed to us is nothing short of a bomb. I had a chance to really read this very quickly and listen to your testimony. Through you, Mr. President. So my question here is, in the email that was sent by Michael Hugo from the Mass Association of Health Boards, I think it's what MAHB stands for, was the following done, which is this. Important note to Dr. Gorn and Mr. Gill, please consult with your city solicitor before any discussion of the content of this email. Are you, as you are a quorum of your Board of Health and you must respect the open meeting law. Has that happened?
I can't speak for the board members.
We have not talked to the city solicitor. I did speak to the leadership, and I did get a diagram of the structure. They are aggressively trying to change the structure of it, but we have not spoke to the solicitor. And I just wanted to touch base with you guys to make you aware of the issue that's going on, for then I can go to the solicitor and hopefully with your backing of the things going on and actually get some movement on this.
That was advice that apparently, I don't know if that advice was wrong, right or wrong, but that was the advice that was given by an official, who is, by the way, Michael Hugo. He's, I'm sorry, I answered my own question, Director of Strategies and Government Relations for the Mass Association of Health Boards.
They're under contract with DPH to facilitate the shared services agreements on behalf of the state throughout the entire Commonwealth. And Mike Hugo is part of that team. I believe he's right under Cheryl Sabauer, who's the director of that program.
So
he's been advising us as well as other regions as well.
Understood. So in your testimony tonight, you mentioned the amount of money, and it was a very large amount of money that was lost, and a lack of partnership, a lack of response. And in reading this email quickly, there were certain words in here that were used to talk about employees. Egregious actions was one of them that I saw. He's pessimistic that DPH will be willing to continue with your city's inclusion in this. I mean, it's a lot of the language is quite damning. Little to no time left, and highlights zero. I mean, there's like, we are writing you off, Lawrence, is what I'm hearing. So my point is this. I've been around this council long enough, and one of the things that I've learned on this council is always two sides of every story. So I'm hearing one side. It's compelling. I mean, an official with the Mass Association of Health Board Association is making a comment. He's writing it, he's signing it, and we have an individual who's a sanitarian with Methuen who's doing some work. There's a lot of information on here. Council President, while it's important for us to hear, out of fairness in the process, before we start jumping to the conclusions that are here, and by the way, part of the conclusions are the administration is being helpful, from what I'm led to believe. They're going to be adding another Board of Health member. They're going to be doing some other things. They're going to restructure and realign the department and have it fit so it makes more sense for the Board of Health to be more efficient in its management and its process. And the only thing that you're looking for now to make that become a reality is funding, which of course happens at the third floor, not at the first floor. So I think you're doing the right thing as far as getting the money out there. But I think, Council President, if we're going to be honest about how we go forward on something like this, I think we take this information, I think we send it to the mayor's office and potentially the city solicitor, but most likely the policymaker, which is the mayor and his designee, to respond to this. These are serious accusations that are on here, and I don't want to, I want to deal with it seriously because they're seriously put before us, but I also need to hear a response. And I think that's the way we should be dealing with this and any kind of serious allegations and accusations, as well documented as these appear to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Plant. We definitely take into considerations your suggestions, but I think that at this point we need to keep the conversation open so at least one side of the story is developed completely. And eventually, the mayor knows about this meeting because I personally informed the mayor about this situation. And since it was not an official communication, they choose to wait, perhaps. And what we need to do at this point is continue the conversation, since we are having a necessary conversation that we never have before. I'm glad that we are having this conversation, to be honest with you, because this is very critical. And we're going to continue. Once again, we're going to be sending, hopefully, we're going to be sending this information over to the mayor, so they can respond appropriately, the proper way, to the health department, and therefore the city council. So, Councilor Rosario?
Through you, Mr. President.
Councilor Luzon, Councilor Rosario have the floor at this point.
Thank you so much.
Councilor Rosario have the floor at this point.
Thank you, Council President. Dr. Gorn, you mentioned that you guys met with the administration, and you are very happy with the proposal, basically. It's a proposal that how they're going to restructure this department, health department and ISD department. Can you share with us some of the movement that they plan to do besides hiring? Are they talking about budgeting and putting more money into it? And what is the proposal, and why are you guys supporting this proposal?
The proposal set forth by the DePena administration expands the health department to include.
Dr. Gore.
Excuse me?
Dr. Gore, Mayor DePena.
Mayor DePena, excuse me, to expand the department to include not only the hiring of a director, health director, but put the health department, Board of Health, under its own umbrella. It will no longer be under the building department. ISD will be the overarching supervising body of both the building commissioner, the prosecuting officer, the administrative supervisor, the director of health, but there will be the addition of assistant director of health. There will be a director for the AmeriCorps grant, which is vitally important because we need an administrator for that grant to improve to bring our housing stock up to code. There will be the addition of several inspectors as well as a second city nurse. At present, we only have one city nurse. So Mayor DePena has put forth these ideas, which we support at the Board of Health level, amping up, and of course, with this change and with the addition of a second city nurse, an AmeriCorps director, several more inspectors that are trained, and adding an assistant director of health, this will require an increase in the budget, of course. So that clearly will come from the third floor and will be presented at some point to the council.
Dr. Gorn, is this proposal supposed to begin now, or are we waiting to pass the budget? If the administration actually tell you when are they looking to proceed with this?
I'm not sure exactly the timeline in terms of the budget, but in our conversations with the DePena administration, we have expressed our concerns. With the Mayor DePena's administration, we have expressed our concerns and the extreme need to increase not just the budget, but the staffing within the department, and they have been open to listening and responding, and we both feel that they are moving positively in that direction. I think the letter that Councilor LaPlante refers to addresses some other issues in regards to how Lawrence, potentially has lost the grant. But that is separate from the administration's plan to restructure the health department, adding staff and increasing the budget, which we have pushed for, and they have listened, and they are being supportive of.
Are you going to be part eventually of the hiring process when it comes to physician or dermatologist and all these particular people that need to be certified?
Well, I certainly we have both been involved in recommending individuals, what their qualifications should be, what we are looking for, and not just a health director, but a co-member of the Board of Health, and they have listened.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. President.
Councilor Luzon?
Oh, thank you for the update. And I just want to say that, and also to say to the administration, to congratulate the administration for their willingness to work with the board. But also we need to keep in mind that the administration failed. What we witnessed today is a failure of the administration. And the way that I see is they put politics over the well-being of the community. And that is very concerning. Also, through you, Mr. President, again, there's no one here from the mayor's office. Where's the chief of staff? We don't have a way to ask the questions that we have. So I hope that for the next meeting, we can ask the chief of staff of this administration, the new chief of staff, Mr. Matias, because we have a lot of questions and we never get any answer from the office on the third floor. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions in regard to this item? Councilor LaPlante?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. According to our charter, and this is not our ordinances, but our charter, of the organization or the reorganization that Dr. Gorn and Commissioner Gill speak of must be approved by the City Council under Section 6. So, and unlike most other things within our charter, whether it's ordinance, et cetera, there is an entirely different pathway to get to a proposal for a reorganization to adopting a reorganization. And so I just want to, it's important clearly to get the mayor's buy-in on this clearly. And so doing that is a critical first step. But it's also, you also need to convince at least, I think, 5 members of this council that a reorganization is justifiable and it would be a service to our residents. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions concerning about this item? I have a few comments on these. Well, the first question, the first word that I actually wrote down on my note, it was autonomy. And the reason that I brought that up is because it's extremely important for the Board of Health to work properly, is if it have the proper autonomy and the proper resource to work with, to make sure that we deliver the quality of the service that is supposed to. So essentially, it's according to the state law, the Board of Health is an independent body that is supposed to work with the agent of the day-to-day operation of the city of the city. That essentially happened to be most of the time the director of the inspectional services. Correct? So until the last year or so, that I believe the DPH recommends to change that, and that was the DPH recommendation to change the previous agents to the current agent we have, that is not the director of the department.
My understanding is that Wismelda Perez is the agent to the board, but currently we do not have a health director that has the autonomy that you're talking about. And that's what we need. And I have been a proponent since the beginning that the Board of Health and their agent/health director should have the autonomy to make the hard decisions that are free of politics. And until the Board of Health and its agent can work independently, not under the umbrella of ISD, I don't think we're ever going to get to that point. And that's why my initial recommendations was to take the health department, like it is in many other cities, and remove it from the umbrella of ISD. But as Councilor LaPlante had mentioned, that is a process that is spelled out in the city charter. It is not an easy process, and you all have to agree that that's something that can lead to positive change in the city. I wholeheartedly believe that, without question, the health department of this city, given the challenges that we face, should be an independent body, 100%. And that is something that I feel strongly about from my experience and from seeing how the decision-making process can have undue outside influence that it really shouldn't have.
All right, thank you. Thank you for saying that.
Through you, Mr. President.
Councilor Lozon?
So in total, you mentioned that we lost 3 grants. What is the amount in total? I just want that in the record. The amount that we lost in the 3 grants that the city or the administration.
The shared services, the public health excellence grants is a little over $500,000 annually. That one is a 3-year grant, so that's $1.5 million. The AmeriCorps grant is another $300,000 per year for 3 years, so that's another $900,000. And then the one that
The epidemiology grant is about.
contact tracing grant is
Epidemiology, it's about, I believe,
400,000.
I have to check about that. If I may also add something to that, I think what's important here in terms of the grants, not to get too much in the details, but let's say the AmeriCorps grant, it's only a 3-year grant. But it's an important grant because if it's managed correctly, you can leverage that grant for more grants. That grant is essentially about encouraging better compliance with the pre-rental inspection program, which is not well complied with already, currently. And that goal is to increase that. It's also a shared grant, though, with Methuen. And that's also at risk because they've now pulled away from Methuen. So I'm not sure if AmeriCorps will continue to fund it. If, let's say, assume that it was to be continued to be funded, if you ask the right questions, for example, you know, we've had good laws on the books since the 1970s, and we still have substandard housing. So we try things like pre-rental inspection programs. Does it actually work? So by doing that, you have 3 years under the grant to find out, well, ask that question, does it work? Or if it doesn't work, where are the failures? Where are the successes? And if you can document that and assess it and do what an epidemiologist would do with that information, then you can leverage that for even more grants because the country is asking that question. Many cities are looking at that across the country, not just Lawrence, but no one has the data right now. And Lawrence is in a unique position to gather those data and then leverage that information with what works, what doesn't work, go for more money, more grants, and it helps support the city in really working on how to improve. The bottom line question is how to improve housing quality and standards. How do we get people out of substandard housing into housing that meets those minimum standards? That's the core goal of the grant. And,
All right.
and that's, I just want to point that out. That
Sure, thank you so much.
Can I
It is
just make-
important to recognize that those grants that we just mentioned, we haven't have the final termination from DPH.
We have not had the final termination,
Important to say
and
that for
I
the-
have a small amount of hope that if we can show that that we have the will and the determination to make the changes that they have recommended, that we can salvage maybe not all 3, but some, for sure.
That's what we all hope, and I hope that we get our act together when it comes to the health department. Councilors, any other particular questions? Other than that, I will continue with my quick comment, and then we can close out this item. So essentially, something very important that I would like to set is that I would like to pay special attention to our current agent that is representing the Board of Health in a day-to-day operation. And the reason that I'm saying that is because the last thing we want is to single it out a person and then have that person at risk and not be able to defend what she's currently doing. It is very concerning how the city is moving on this matter, because
Council
it is-
President, point of order.
Yes.
Council President, it sounds as though you're issuing a comment or an opinion from the chair. I'm looking forward to listening to your comment, but in doing so, you must release the gavel to the Vice President under Rule 4 of our rules.
So, so essentially, let's start. Now we have the floor, so let's start from the get-go. It's not going to be a comment, since the former council president actually is very concerned about the process. We need to respect that, but we all know what is behind this. It is what it is, and at the end of the day, what we need to do is keep things going in the way that it should. Sure, I'm on top of it. So essentially, we would like to make sure that we don't single it out a person that is currently doing the work that required by DPH for the city of Lawrence to continue doing. And essentially, the Board of Health is a great support to what the city is doing. We understand what you guys are doing with only 2 members and the effort that it takes after the pandemic. So with that said, currently, so Ethan Osgood, right?
Ethan Master.
So currently, you are not working for the Board of Health as a consultant, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
You are
the
not working for the board.
Not
as a
for
cons-
Lawrence.
Not for
I've
Lawrence.
been asked not to do any work with Lawrence. However, I'm also available to the board, to the city council, if they have any questions for
Yeah,
me. at any-
sure. So essentially, the work that you were doing for the city of Lawrence, that was for the inspection services, or that was for the Board of Health?
It was actually a Board of Health agreement. The 2 boards entered into a shared services agreement through the Department of Public Health. And it was through the health boards that entered, the cities, but through the health boards.
So essentially, what we're saying here is that even though you were working on an independent autonomous board, you were asked by the administration not to continue working, or that was by the administration or somebody else?
It was by the administration. Well, the letter
on-
came from the Commissioner of ISD, but I don't know, I assume, but I can't know for sure because the letter came from ISD. I assume it came from the 3rd floor, from the mayor's office.
Okay, so it come directed to you from the Director of Inspection Services?
That is correct.
So that's the fact. So essentially, did the Board of Health actually say anything in regard to that matter?
We were not informed that this letter was going to be sent. There was no conversation, no correspondence. We were just informed by Ethan during a meeting that he received this letter from the director of ISD. Let me just reiterate that we rely on Ethan. We have always relied on Ethan to provide us expertise, and so this came as a shock to us. This letter was not accompanied with any explanation. It was not followed up with any explanation, and we're still looking for answers.
So let me ask you a question, Ethan. Were you part of that video that went viral?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Were you part of that video that went viral?
Yes. Yes.
After that, you were released?
No, it was after. Actually, the city has tried to fire me twice. One time they fired me was about a year ago when Mr. Alfonso was the director, and Methuen refused to respect that request, so I continued on because I was employed through the city of Methuen. This time, Methuen said that they would honor the city's request that I not participate in any work here in the city of Lawrence. So I have to honor what Methuen has asked me to do, because that's who employs me. That's where the contract is. The Methuen is the contract administrator.
Got it.
Council President, can you, sorry to interrupt, I know you have the floor, but what is this viral video that you are referring to? that you're asking?
Actually, there was a Board of Health video that went viral on issues that we're discussing.
Oh, I understand the question. I'm sorry. Yeah, yes. I did not, my Spanish is very poor, and I did not understand the recording very well, but yes, it was after that recording.
It was right after that
Approximately, yes.
situation. So it could be, we could probably said, without having confirmation, that perhaps it was as a result of that meeting. We don't know.
I don't know. I can't answer that with certainty.
Excuse me, so just to make it clear, there was a viral video that went out, there was a video that went viral explaining issues that were wrong, that were going on within the city's health department, within ISD. And I'm just going to state restate what I'm hearing, so I can fully also grasp it myself. After that video, after the city became aware of that video, whether we know when or what, whatever, when that video went viral, that is when you received a letter without any explanation of why the city wanted to no longer work with you, correct? Just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So essentially, that is very concerning, because the Board of Health was speaking out on issues that we currently have. It was nothing related to personal matters, or it was not related to any other issues that is not a health issue.
As I said before, I did not understand the complete video because my Spanish is so poor, and I was looking for a translation. I still don't have one, so I don't know how to answer your question.
So, when it comes to specific requirements of the Board of Health and DPH, what is it that we have agreed so far that we are going to be in compliance with so far before the budget season start? So we agreed to separate the department, but did the administration also agreed on the budget repercussion of that specific proposal?
The conversation regarding separating the Board of Health from, the Health Department from ISD was brief and was truncated by the challenges to accomplish that in terms of the city charter. So I believe the plan was to expand the Health Department under the umbrella of ISD, hoping to expand the budget. But in terms of the idea to make the Health Department fully autonomous was a suggestion that I had that has not been adopted by the administration as of yet.
All right. Thank you for providing this update, and thank you for answering these questions about this specific matter. It's extremely important to the community to have what it takes. The last thing that I hear that is extremely concerned to me is that when it comes to the health of the city and a potential fatality or some issues regarding to that, it is a matter of when, not if it's going to happen, because
of course
that is the trust that the state have on the city when it comes to that, and that's very concerning.
So in summary, I would like all the counselors to look at the memo, and if we can make some changes or lobby to make those changes immediately, this could go a long way in preserving the public health excellence grants. We have 1 week, and it would be a heroic effort to get there, and I think together we can do it, but it's going to take some footwork. Thank you, councilors.
Just for the record, Madam Vice Chair, Vice President, it is important to recognize that I have a conversation with the mayor about this issue on Friday, And we discussed this for about 30 minutes, I would say. It was a situation that it was some success in the conversation. It was an understanding that it was an issue. I wasn't 100% happy with the answer because I don't want to react to the issue. I want to be proactive. And that was the only reason why I actually go ahead and decide to have that conversation with the mayor, because it is concerning that we are in the way of losing any type of funds when it comes to the public health. So I just want to say that for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, councilors.
Before I give back the gravel, I just asked, as the acting, I have to finish? Oh, well, thank you all for what you do. At this point, are there any other councilors that have a question or a comment to add to item 115-24?
Motion to withdraw.
I see none. There's a motion been made by Council President Rodriguez. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Santiago. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Going to one more issue out of order, and that will be the safety committee report. Madam Chair, from the safety committee report.
Thank you. Let me just, so the Public Safety Committee met last week, and we discussed item, hold on just 1 second. We discussed item 39-24, community concerns regarding the parking meter citywide that was brought to the City Council by Councilor Gregory Del Rosario. At this point, the committee decided to send this item as a committee report, and I make that as a formal motion.
Second.
Discussion. Thank you. This item, Council President and fellow colleagues, we have heard many people speak on behalf of this item tonight, and I want to thank Councilor Greg Del Rosario for taking the initiative on this. He's been very adamant, very vocal, and I appreciate it, especially because we heard from one of my constituents tonight, a business owner in District D, that this parking meter situation, I have been trying to address it with the administration for over a year now. And the answers that I've been receiving, both myself and the business owner, was that the administration was looking into other areas to replace the meters from the intersection of South Broadway and Andover, all the way up South Broadway, like if you're going towards 495, that we have, that's more residential than business in that area. And every time this business owner would call me, and every time I would call the administration to get an update, it was always, oh yeah, we have a location to relocate the parking meters, we're gonna do it, and it's a year and a half later, and I'm still, my constituent, as he mentioned, came twice to the City Council, and I've since then have also asked for updates. So, and it's I want to say I'm glad, but it's also unfortunate to see that my constituent isn't the only person being, it's everybody. So I do want Councilor Del Rosario to take over, because he's been doing an excellent job on this, and I, again, thank you, Councilor Del Rosario.
Thank you. At this point, we're actually going to entertain the question, the motion to accept it as a committee report, and then eventually we'll send another motion to open up for discussion. So, all those in favor to accept this as a committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Now, councilors,
Motion for
I will entertain a motion to.
Motion for the purpose of discussion.
There is a motion for the purpose of discussion. Properly second. Discussion.
Council President.
Councilor Rosario.
Thank you, through you. It's very concerning when even 3 weeks after the fact that we were here, I get another issue when it comes to ticketing. Now, one issue is that cars are driving around. Unfortunately, I drive around, and now handicap parking with the placards are being ticketed. Besides me getting the tickets back continuously with people that already paid the tickets. One big concern also, and I want to the employees of the ticket department to know and realize, you guys are not police officers. You guys, regardless if you're charging money, you're customer service. And I heard somebody in the podium today that we need to open an office to educate the people how to use the meters, maybe, but that's what you pay for. When people are don't know how to use the meters, that's when the customer service should come out of you, not the police officers, because you're not a police officers. Another issues that I've been seeing on the streets, because I drive a lot, is that they park on double parking, obstructing the traffic on Astor Street. 2 of those cars, they actually put the tickets on it. You see one on the side, a curb, and the other one right next to it, obstructing the traffic on rush hour. When is rush hour on Exeter Street? Every day, 24/7. But the main reason that this is here is because my constituents. And again, we were here 3 weeks ago, and it hasn't stopped. People are still showing me the tickets, being ticket, and they pay for the ticket. Handicaps have come to us with the placard, and they being ticket. And once again, the director or the manager of the company, PCI, went on and said that they're not making any money, and I think that's the biggest issue. I think you guys are money hungry, and you guys need to slow down, stop the service, somehow sit down with the city and stop the service. Double check your issues, and then go back at it when it's better fixed. Go back to retrain you people that are working. You put cameras on it. Now they feel more as a police officers. People are going to be mad because you ticket them and they already pay for the parking. So you should be trained how to react to these people. You already ticketed. You're not going to take the ticket back and they already pay. It's like taking money out of my pocket. Try to take the money out of my pocket. And you see how...
I think it will be productive if we actually...
So I'm unproductive, Council President?
No. Wait, let me finish. If we discuss the item that was discussed, because a lot of the information that was discussed there was part of that, and you have great points during the discussions at the subcommittee level. So I think that bringing this up and asking those specifics to the company,
continues.
Yeah, the issue will continue, and then you actually brought very important topics at the safety committee. Maybe if you kind of like guided through there, and maybe.
But I'm telling you all the news issues that have been erupted, including with the same issues that we discussed 3 weeks ago. But that's okay. I'll give the PCI people the floor, and they can actually let us know what they're doing, what they have done after 3 weeks, and why the issues still continue.
Can you mention a few of the issues that you guys brought up at the safety committee? So
Sure.
they can give us an update, what that have changed, or if any change, any particular changes or anything like that regarding to that, so we can...
The issues that were brought up at the first meeting was the same issue that people are paying, and they got the tickets that they pay, and they still get a ticket. What we got from the company is that there's a delay on the communication, but it's still a delay on the communications because the issue still continues. So we want to know what exactly are they planning to do, what they have done, because in 3 weeks, we still have the same issues, maybe worse. Because right now, actually also, handicapped people with handicap placards are being ticketed.
Okay, perfect. Councilor Rosario still have the floor, so they might be able to answer a few questions that we have.
Thank you, Councilor President. It's Brian Kern. I'm the president of PCI Municipal Services. Yes, we were here 3 weeks ago. And let me first start out. You know, I've been in the business since 1990. I've been over probably 125 plus cities. I can tell you nobody likes to pay for parking. It's been that way forever. Nobody likes to pay for it. We get that. But successful cities need parking programs. And what you guys decided to do a year ago, back when you put the bid out in '22, was because your parking, people were just everywhere. They were parking, and it was told by the city council that people were out there for days at a time. People were circling the block 6, 7, 8 times to be able to find a space. And that went up on a lot of streets, a lot of the side streets. So the city decided they wanted to expand it, and they expanded it by 1,100 plus spaces to make it over 2,100 total spaces. I think that was very necessary for the city. Now, when you put the RFP out, Councilor, it asked for a specific, program, of which we responded to. As part of that program, we spent over $1.5 billion to be able to put up the meters, buy the vehicles, and do it the way you asked for. And as I sit here tonight, I can tell you, by industry standards, we're doing far better than what you're ever going to find on a paid parking program when you do it by paid license plate. Yes, we do have that issue. We are addressing it. You're saying that we haven't addressed it for 3 weeks. I'm going to show you a few stats to where we have. We understand what your concerns are. We've talked to David Rodriguez numerous times. Every time David and I talk, I make sure that I address the team, and we make sure that we are doing things to try to help the situation.
So the issue was regarding the delayed timing.
ticket.
So, go ahead.
So, as you can see here, this is what you had before. When somebody paid the meter, they had to just go back to their vehicle, and they had to put that on their dash. Our enforcement officers then went over, checked. If that was a paid receipt, they did not give them a ticket. Nothing went through the internet. Nothing went through the data. With this system that you asked for, that we bid on, this is the process that it takes. Once they pay that payment at the meter, or they use their mobile phone, that information goes to a cell tower via a VPN tunnel. That takes a little bit of time. It then transmits to the IPS data management system. That takes a little bit more time. That payment data then transmits again to the Kelly and Ryan enforcement database here in Lawrence. That communicates back through the cell tower, and it goes back to our enforcement officer handheld in the field. That process can take some time. We heard you, Counselor, and we have told our guys, because of as part of the RFP, we were required to use a system, the Kelly and Ryan system, which wasn't built for parking. It was built for your taxes and collecting of taxes. I'm not downgrading Kelly and Ryan. That's what the system is, but it's not a modern system. It doesn't have a lot of the modern techniques and stuff that we need and that we use in our other cities. Now, it's not Kelly and Ryan's problem that this is taking this amount of time. This is just like when your telephone has 5 bars and you walk down a block and it's at 1 bar. It's the same situation. We're reliant on that data to be able to process through so it comes back to us so we can see real live data. That is how it works. Now, if you don't want to do that system, we can go back to putting tickets on the cars. But if you go out there like I have many times, you'll notice there's a lot of vehicles out there that don't have tickets. They get the receipts now. They do not put those receipts on their dash. They don't want to have to go back to their car. Now, just for the month of May, we've had over 32,000 payments at the meters of the 2,100 spaces. Of those, we've issued 2,004 tickets, which is 6%. Of those 6%, there's only been 55 invalid tickets. 64% of those are over 5 minutes. It's because of this situation. I think we're wanting to jump on that we have some of the few issues, and I get it. If somebody paid and they get a ticket, I wouldn't want that either. I totally understand their frustration. But there's ways with the new modern technology, if we were to move on to a new platform to where we could help them. And I put some of those on here. We could do mobile LPR scans. As David Rodriguez will tell you, we have had some problems. We do void tickets because when our guys are out there, they have to manually put that in. You don't have to with these other new systems. They're mobile LPR scans. It takes the manual process right out of it. In addition, it takes out the fuzzy matching. When you ask for us to go to the new license plate technology, people have to put their plate in. They make mistakes. This new system that we use across the country, it actually does what's called fuzzy matching. If an 8 shows up as a 3 or a K as a Z, it actually sees that up to 2 digits. And our guys are able to tell that, and they don't write those bad tickets. We eliminate those bad tickets. It also has a web-based appeals process. If we were to give that ticket and the field counselor that wrong ticket, they could actually go right on their phone or on their computer when they get to their office or home, and they can appeal it, and we can get it out of the system right away. It's customer friendly. We don't have that right now. That would help us. We could also void the citations. You brought that up 3 weeks ago to me. We went back, we talked to a system that we use. They have that. They can make that work in their system to where if somebody came up to one of our enforcement officers and said, hey, I got this ticket wrong, they could actually go in right then and there, and they can void that by calling our office, and it would void in the system, and we wouldn't have to worry about that being lost, that ticket being lost, which is our concern right now, which is why we don't allow that currently. So we did hear what you said. We've worked on it. But when you think about that, when we have less than 1/100% of bad tickets of the people who are paying, it's pretty impressive. And you're probably not going to find a better system in the United States that are hitting those numbers. And we have a gentleman, his name is Steven Snyder, he's with IPS, who is the manufacturer of our meters. He could tell you some of that stuff of how well this is doing. Now, the reason we're doing so much better now is because they put 40 new powerful antennas to help the situation to get that data moving faster.
And going back to your comments, you have your numbers. Thank you, Council President. You have your numbers, but those are the numbers that you manage. There's people, and I discussed that with you guys 3 weeks ago, that just for the hassle, they go home and pay. And those numbers, you have it as positive, but they complained. Just for the yelling of your official or whoever's doing the work, they go home, they don't want an issue. And they go home, and even though with the ticket that they pay, they go and pay it. You get it as a positive, but we get the complaints. And we see the pictures, and when I tell them, so why did you bring it over? They say, you know what? After that guy yelled at me, and I don't want to take a deal, I don't want to go to City Hall, I don't want to take an issue, I paid the $25. So those are also issues that you calculating as a positive ticket, but you don't deal with them. They don't deal with that. Us, I don't know if they do. I'm talking about myself because District C is one of the districts also most busy. In Palo downtown, I don't know if my councilor or District B is dealing with that, which is mostly downtown. I deal with that on an everyday basis. Also, again, you're not reflecting the data of the handicap tickets. They get the tickets, again, they go home, and they go home and they pay. But once you're going to place that ticket, right, you write the license plate, and you're going to play the ticket, and you see that placard, and you still leave that ticket there. That's unacceptable.
I agree, and we don't want that. We don't want to give out wrong tickets. I'm going to let Darwin speak a little bit about that. He works in our office. He's one of our assistant managers for the program. But, you know, just so you understand, we are trying to address those things. If we write a bad ticket, we want to be able to help the person, and we do that as much as we can. We also provided our guys in the field cards, so if they have any type of confrontation, they can just call that number and deal with Darwin in the office because he's part of our customer service team, and he has helped many people. But I'll let him speak to you about the handicap.
Name and address for the record.
Darwin, Assistant Manager. So in regards to the handicap, which you're talking about, they are, the only thing that the handicap doesn't get ticket for is for overtime parking, which isn't for not paying the meter. Any other violation, the handicap is entitled to get a ticket.
No.
Which that's...
Yeah, no, that's not how it is. That's not the state, that's not how the state law work.
If you have your hearing officer, which is David
You
Rodriguez,
have that consulted with the attorney? So I suggest you to actually
yes.
consult that with the attorney, because that's not how we work, I believe.
I'm afraid it is. If a handicapped person double parks, blocks a street, they get a ticket. If a handicapped person parks in front of a fire station, they get a ticket. All those are ticketable offenses. They get a ticket. They're exempt. The handicap placard allows you to park at a meter and not pay. You can stay there all day with a handicap. That's all you're allowed to do. They get, handicapped person speeds, they get a ticket. It doesn't exempt you. I'm sorry, it's just,
No, it doesn't exempt you for a violation, because you're violating the other law, but I mean,
You park in a driveway, block a driveway, and you're a handicapped person, you get a ticket. You get a ticket for all the parking violations there are, except for parking at a meter.
all right. So what are the violations that a handicap parking actually,
So the only one that they're exempt to is for not paying the meter.
and what are the violations that you guys are giving out tickets for?
So we give all the violations at,
Like what? Other than ticket,
Fire hydrant.
expiration ticket?
fire hydrant, double parking, restrict the area, 20 feet off intersection, on a crosswalk, sidewalk, et cetera. Continues on.
A point of clarification. No, a point of clarification. No, but no
Motion to
about that.
pass then?
Second.
There's a motion to pass then, properly second. All those in
Discussion.
favor- All those in favor, please say aye.
Discussion.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Discussion. I asked for discussion before the vote was called. Discussion.
Discussion.
Thank you.
Councilor LaPlante, go ahead.
Thank you. Listen, we're about to go past 10 o'clock tonight.
Thank you.
I will tell you this, there's going to be a vote, we're going to do this, but here's the issue.
Make the issue.
This is the,
The conversation is through me. Make the issue.
so here's the issue, Council President.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The issue is this. We decided, or maybe Council
Yes.
President,
I decided.
you decided, you know where I'm going? Yes. You decided, Council President,
Go ahead.
without consulting any of the city councilors for a vote, as you would have done had this been perhaps last year, that we're going to have one meeting. By the way, for the first time in the city's history since we've had presidential elections going as far back as 1988.
As far as you know,
I got the floor, Council President,
And I'm the president.
and I'm not done
The
speaking.
conversation is through me.
I am speaking to you, Council
Okay, thank
President.
you. Go ahead.
I'm speaking directly to you. Yes. So, what we have done here is that we have had one meeting this month, and it's now, we're not even near halfway. We have a public hearing for LCA that hasn't even gone. We have old business that deals with easements that are supposed to be done in a timely manner. We've got other issues that are coming up. We have 72 items in the ordinance committee, Council President.
Yes.
That hasn't, as a committee reports needs to be read on those
Yes.
things. Plus housing, plus committee on the whole, Council President, that has to deal with municipal aggregation, which again is a complicated and intrinsic conversation that we had before the committee on the whole. I just want to object, Council President, that what we have done, or what, excuse me, Council President, what you have done, you corrected
You
me.
have the, and by the way,
You have done-
I'm gonna take the floor.
What you have done is now
I'm gonna take
setting
the
us
floor.
back,
No.
because the rules say that
Don't
we
make a
can go
conversation.
after 10 o'clock with the vote. And there's a reason why that rule's there, Council President. That rule is there because we are human beings that have a full day in, and the rules were put there. Why? Because the later it gets in the evening, the less, it's just human nature. We're not as strong, we're not as vibrant as we were at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. That's a reality. So there's a reason why that's there. So I'm hopeful, Council President, we don't do this again. And if you decide to do this again, Council President, I hope that you ask the members of this council what they think about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we're going to answer to you. You have the opportunity to call for a special meeting and nobody support you. You have no support of the council. If you get a signature with two other councilors, only two councilors, to support you on another meeting, you would have a special meeting. But guess what? The issue was not supported to you, Councilor LaPlante. Nobody support you on the issue. And you know what you did? You went ahead and went to the mayor's office asking him for a support and a special meeting. And guess what?
you couldn't have it because nobody's supporting you on that issue. And you making this issue, going past 10, first time you do it in 18 years that this is happening, because we always go past 10, always, and you acting erratically, like because you wanted to go your point across. And you guess what? You have it, but you don't have the support.
Now, I call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you so much. You have the floor.
I was gonna make a thing. Also, 3 weeks ago, what I said is, all the tickets that I'm defending is the tickets that are wrongly ticketed, all the constituents are wrongly ticketed. Because they bring it to me, I read it, if there's a violation that it has nothing to do with it, I say, no, you have to pay this. Because sometimes they don't understand, according to them. But when it comes to the handicap, I understand the violation, and it's only those that I'm defending, that they've been in the parking meters, and they getting tickets, even by mail.
So, from my experience, I mostly work at the window downstairs. Most of the tickets we get back that are error is usually because they put the wrong plate number. Either they're off by a number or like missing a number or whatever the case may be, which we do take those tickets back. We don't make them pay. We do try to educate them so like that they could avoid having to take away from their time to come to our office, and like that we don't have those issues. Other things that we try to, that you said that we don't educate them, most of the people are against us. And I don't know if having community, like to you, for example, I don't like the way you speak about my coworkers. And I'm saying that, and I'm part of this community, I grew up here, but these guys here.
Stick to the issue.
Yeah, these guys here, these guys here, they actually live in the city. They get paid by the hour, so I don't see why would they go out of their way to ticket someone that is not doing a violation. Just today, for example, we had an incident where they were just checking to see if the person paid, and some guy just came and knocked the phone off their hand. And things like that do happen. So sometimes what they try to do is they be like, oh, go to the office, and that's the reason why, is to avoid certain situations. So for me, it's easier to handle things like that because I'm behind the window. For them, it's more difficult to go and try to educate someone that is being aggressive towards them, and that's the reason why they being directed to the office. And we also do have a meter downstairs in our office, which we do anytime I get a person who gets a ticket for overtime violation, I do offer the service to tell them, like that, you don't get a ticket again, I could teach you how to use the meter.
Have you tell yourself
Just point of clarification there, very quick. When you say that you got a license plate that is off by a number, how did your system read the license plate? Because I'm assuming that your system is supposed to read the car type, the color, and all the stuff before you actually emit the ticket, because you need to confirm that that's the right car.
No,
So we have the vehicles that go around and they pick up those plates. And as they pick up plates and it gets a ping that's a violation, they may get 3, 4, 5 on, let's say, Essex. They pull over to the side or they pull to the next street, then they go down. Once they go to those vehicles of those 3, 4 that pinged as a violator, they then have to take that and they have to manually put that into the handheld, the Kelly and Ryan handheld. When the customer gets a ticket and said, I paid, they'll bring that to the office. Darwin will look at that. He'll notice that it was off one, and he will void that ticket. Because they, either our person put it in wrong, or the customer put their plate in wrong.
Understand. Mr. President. Councilor Rosario.
So now to defend.
Let's do one round.
Now to defend the community, but since this was implemented, people are being wrong ticketed a lot, right? And that's why some of them are aggressive. You're gonna find aggressive people, and that's why they react in that way. I just put you an example. It's like taking money out of our pockets. And what I'm trying to say is try to take the money out of my pocket just because. And that's how people feel. And that also, it needs to change. Because when they come to you also, with the ticket that they pay to show you, and I seen it, you guys, that you don't like me how I talk about them, but I seen it, I have nothing to talk to you. You go to the city hall. And that's not the reaction that we want, because your job is not just ticketing, your job is customer service. At that point is when the customer service training should come out. And that's why people are so aggressive to you by the treatment that they've been getting for the past year and a half from some of you guys. I'm not saying all of it, all of you, some of you guys. Thank you, Council President.
Councilor Infante. Councilor President Infante.
Thank you. First, before I state my comment, I want to apologize to everyone in the gallery for what just happened a few minutes ago. Secondly, what I would like to add to the comments that my colleague, Councilor De Rosario, stated. So this is related, it's a separate note, but related at the same time. I've also have heard stories of city parking employees being disrespectful to residents, but I've also heard the opposite too. I unfortunately have not seen it with my own eyes, the employees, but I'm sure I have counselors here, colleagues here that have not only seen it, but also, you know, it's been reported to them. What I can say from an experience that I had, I shadowed our police department over a year ago, myself and Councilor LaPlante, and we saw incidents where our own police officers were just trying to have a conversation with some of our community members, and they just, you know, so that is why I 100% believe that this is also happening. And I don't know where can we meet in the middle, because it's coming from both ends. And we can't, you know, we can't just focus on one end, because let's say we give all the training in the world to our employees, but at the end of the day, we're human beings and we can only take so much. So if we have on the other side, we have community members being disrespectful for no reason, city employees will explode. Like, it's human nature. So I'm asking, I honestly, I'm stating this, I don't have the answer, colleagues, but it's something that I want you guys to think about, and hopefully we can find a common ground for both stakeholders.
And I understand that, and that's why we know it happens both ways, and our guys try to stay patient and calm, but they do. It's a hard job, and that's why you can't keep guys very long in this position, because it's very hard to be on the streets and get yelled at, because again, nobody likes to pay for parking, and nobody likes getting tickets. That's why we did the body cams. It's really for both benefits, and we'll be able to show you videos of where it's actually calmed the customer down once they've realized that was the situation. But it's also for us to where we see all that. So if our guy is going off on somebody, we're going to know that, and we will address it. And our manager, Sam Ortiz, who's in the back, anytime he sees anyone double parking, they've been talked to about that, they've been written up. That is not tolerated.
To end, and then whomever would like the floor, to end my comments, I believe that the parking meter situation is not just a public safety one night and then full council one night discussion, a two-night discussion, I should say. I think we should continue having these discussions. I don't know if the answer perhaps is creating a task force where we meet or something monthly, or just get an update. We could have one or two. I don't know what the point is. I don't know what the solution is, but what I do know is that this is a conversation that cannot just end tonight, because we will continue to have problems on both ends. We will continue to face situations, and ultimately, the city's in a contract. I forget. I don't recall if it's for 3 or 5 years, but we're in a contract with these parking 5 years. So unless the city is willing to pay a lot of money to get out, we're in this contract for 5 years. So what is the solution for us? Like, we need to figure out a solution, and we need to keep these conversations going. Thank you.
Councilor Levy.
Thank you, Council President. Well, that is why we are here, I think so, no? Just to try to get the best solution to solve all of this problem that's bring to be working with the people in both sides, you know. But you mentioned that now the officer that work for you guys can void the ticket?
What I'm saying is there's new modern systems to where we can do that. With the system that we're required to use currently, no, we cannot void that in the field.
Okay.
But there's new systems that allow you to do that. And with the approval from the office, they can look in the system, see it, notice if it was a bad ticket, and they can void it right there in the field. That way there's no worry of a lost ticket. That's why we don't void it now in the field.
Okay. So, because like we explained it to you, sometimes it's very hard and very difficult. So people, when they have to come here to the city to fight for a ticket, they sometimes need to get out from job or lose the time for getting to the work or go to whatever that they have to do it and spend time, you know, doing what they have to do to get the ticket void or to get back the money.
I agree, and that's why I agree with the Vice President. We need to get together. David and I, David Rodriguez and I, and Director Jaime, we've had discussions. We just need to move forward with getting a new modern system that will allow us to give this better customer service.
Yeah, I think so that, like it's our vice chair say, you know, from time to time we should meet or ask you to come by and we can discuss or not discuss, but at least to see how the situation is getting better or is getting worse. So not to expect maybe another year or whatever, 6 months for you to come by and talk to us and talk to the public. You know, that's practically are the people who's getting most of this thing.
Well, let me tell you a little bit about what we've done on my dime to make it better. My partner and I decided that, you know, we understood the counselor, we understood everybody's frustration. So we actually brought in IPS's back end. So they now have their system. So that's after we get a hit from Kelly and Ryan saying it's a violation, we then go to their back office, we then go to the mobile back office, Ubio. We have now brought in a third one, it's called Park Loyalty. We now go to that. So where we used to write tickets in 30 seconds, it's now taken us 2.5 minutes. So in essence, what's happened is we're giving customers 2.5 minutes of grace time now. But we're doing that on our dime. If we had the new systems, we wouldn't have to do that. And remember, we agreed to pay you $1.2 million as part of this contract, and we also invested $1.5 million. But what you asked for and what we saw, and the number of spaces that you wanted us to manage and patrol, everything that we proposed, the number of hours of enforcement, is exactly what we're doing. We're doing exactly what we promised. We're not doing more, we're not chasing people, we're not trying to write tickets, but there's a lot of people violating. And again, you wanted the streets open. Now you can go to any street and find spaces. You go to a lot of the businesses, you talk to them. They'll tell you, they're pretty happy. Now, they don't like it that the owners, or that the employees have to pay, because now they're having to park 3 blocks back. But at least now the customers have a space to park right in front of their business. Go talk to them. I've talked to a lot of them. Yes, you're always going to find people who don't like to pay for parking. That's the world we live in. I don't like to pay for shoes. I wish I could walk into any restaurant in Lawrence and get a free meal. I can't get it.
So stick to the topic.
Mr. President, through you again, it is possible for us to get a report. I don't know, see, it could be good to get a report of everything, you know, every 2-3 months or every 4 months, a quarterly report regarding, you know, everything that is being done in the city. That's maybe could be a little bit helpful for us to understand better what's going on. And see, we have, regarding those reports, we have a question, we can call you guys back and again talk to you and try to see how we can solve whatever that we can see in there.
I promise I will give you a very, very detailed report of all of this stuff that we're talking about every quarter.
All right, thank you so
And I'm
much.
willing to come back and talk to you anytime.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you so much because you've been, like you said, you've been doing a couple of changes after the meeting that we already have. Thank you.
Councilor
Reyes?
May I add to your comment, Councilor, through you, Council President? Councilor Levy mentioned that, she said thank you for what you're doing. And one of the first things that I want to point out when you guys came up to the podium was you told Councilor Del Rosario, Councilor, you spoke and we're listening. So I'm with Councilor Levy on that. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Councilor
Yes.
Reyes?
My colleague covered some of my questions. Through you, Mr. President. My colleague covered some of my questions, but the issue is now only in one specific area. It's around the whole community. They have concern about, personally, I receive a lot of tickets, and especially when my car has a special logo, and the logo says City Council, but I need to send every day 1 or 2 tickets to David. I think it's not right because you're supposed to know what does that mean through this logo. But my question today is about what we can do because we have a lot of mirror in residential area. It's not right because when I go around to my community, I see a lot of mirror in front of the residential. It's a big issue because our community also mad because we have a lot of mirror, for example, Union Street, but it's not only a small business, it's combined. They have business on the first floor and residential at the second floor. So we need to take that in consideration too. I want to know what we can do, especially because we had today some constituents and they mentioned, and I'll be there, and I saw the person to be there and put in ticket. I go to Gomez Market in South Lawrence, and they put a ticket at least and left the 15 minutes. I take the ticket, and when I go inside the grocery, when I go back, I have another ticket. So what does that mean? Because it's like a 15 minutes, the car is the same spot, and I received 2 tickets and left the 15 minutes. So we're talking about for the real issue is happening in our community if we want to see some solution. Because I know nobody wants to pay ticket, but we need to find out some solution because you do a big investment, but our community, we need to care about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Reyes. Now, Councilor Mamo.
Before I proceed with my series of questions, I think it's a matter of understanding as to how you guys function. So who makes the determination as to where the parking meters are placed? Is it PCI or is it the administration?
It was the administration.
So now I know how to target certain questions in terms of,
So, Councilor Mamo, the administration, they put an RFP with a specific street, specific areas, and companies come over, analyze the areas, and they provide, on their data RFP, they provide a specific amount of money that they're gonna give to the city every month or every year out of the contract. And then the city analyze each contract, and they accept one and reject others.
so with that, you know, some of our issues, I guess we're gonna have to, there's some that we will have to bring it upon you guys to fix, but with that answer, Council President, through you, that just tells me that our issues also have to deal with the administration, because some of these meters, I believe that they're being placed in locations where they have no business being placed at. You know, we've had several people complaining on the fact that it's not just commercial zoning areas, it's in residential areas. So specifically with District D, you know, there's parking meters, specifically at Essex Towers, which is where a lot of the elderly folks live, and a lot of high traffic in terms of PCA workers. They're gonna be there for hours at a time, but I digress. What I want to address is, you mentioned 64% are over the 5 minutes. This just leads me to understand that more than 40% are under 5 minutes. And the way you speak, it's as if that is a positive thing. You also mentioned that the grace period that you give us is 2.5 minutes, as if you're doing us a favor.
Well, remember, there's no grace period.
And that's sad, because I've been personally given a ticket the exact same time as I'm trying to add more time using the mobile app. So I want to say that there were several times when you were speaking, and I say this respectfully, you've said it several times that a lot of people don't want to pay for tickets or they don't want to pay for parking. And the majority of the concerns that we're receiving is not necessarily that people don't want to pay for parking. It's the fact that, it's the fact that they either are paying, but because they are conducting business, for some reason, by a minute, they're already being issued a ticket, which is why a lot of business owners are complaining. So, again, there's issues where I'm trying to understand how could we collectively, I don't know if this is a matter of how the contract was drafted, if these are issues that we need to bring it upon you guys to fix, or if this is extending beyond, including the administration, to be part of the solution as well.
Yes, and I didn't mean any disrespect. I totally get it. And again, we like being here. We appreciate the contract. We're just trying to do it the exact way that it was designed. And that grace period, the reason that's happening is because we've had to bring newer technology because the way the system works currently. We're willing to sit down, though. I've said this numerous times. Let's talk about it. If we don't want to use this pay-by-plate system anymore, we could always go back to the pay and display. Now, it's not as convenient for customers, but we could always do something different. We're willing to come to the table and sit down. There's financial constraints with everything, obviously.
It is important to recognize that during the discussion of this contract, the grace period was brought up. But also, during that, part of that answer was that it was not a grace period built in the system or in the contract, perhaps, but there was an opportunity for people to have a little bit of time because they were not a walk-in situation. Perhaps there was a car that read your plates, and then the car parks and come back to issue that ticket, not right away. So it was kind of like a grace period built in.
Right.
But it was not necessarily within the contract establishment.
And after you said that to me 3 weeks ago, we made sure that every car is being used the proper way. Now, we were asked, the mayor's office asked us to do like a roving patrol on the Essex and Common, just because they wanted to get that turnover. So we were doing walking patrols more in that area, but we are definitely using the cars, and that is part of that grace period that you asked for.
Councilor Mamo?
Is it customary practice for other cities and towns that there is no grace period whatsoever?
Not because you don't know. I mean, when you go out there and you put that handheld and you put it in the thing, you don't know how long they've been there. It doesn't tell you, so there's no way of doing that grace period.
Councilors, any other councilors? Councilor Luzon, you have a question?
We have the same with you.
Well, Stephanie is going to, Councilor Infante is going to speak first, but I think we have the same
President Infante.
concern.
We have the same, thank you, through you, Council President. We have the same concern, and because Council Luzon was not part of the city council when this happened, I asked to go before her. There is, to my new colleagues, there is an element to this that is not being mentioned, and for the sake of transparency, the locations of the parking meters, the contracts, everything went through the city council. We approved it. And I can only speak for myself, I have gone on the radio and have acknowledged that sometimes when you have a plan in paper, it might look like a great idea, and then once the plan is implemented, it turns out to be the opposite. I am one that have mentioned it. I'm not afraid to mention it, but that is one factor that should have been mentioned from the beginning. The streets, the locations, everything did go through the city council, so I just wanted to say.
Yeah, Madam Vice Chair, Madam Vice President, but I mean, it is important to recognize the following. It was a contract that was provided to us. It was a contract that was provided to us, give me a minute, that we were not able to change at all, because one of the change that me and former Councilor Payano, the current senator, we were pushing, it was on adding the section of Broadway from Haverhill to the line of Methuen. And that was not part of the contract originally. And that was, during the discussion, that was not allowed to be added because they were going to collect data. And then eventually they added on. But we were not able to change the actual streets, adding or subtracting, because it was the intent of coming to the city council. It was only for the purpose of extending the time from 3 years to 5 years contract, not the designing of the actual project or the actual contract. The contract was developed through an RFP process, and then eventually presented to the city council for the purpose of the extension of the time from 3 years to 5 years. So it was not us designing the contract.
Thank you for the reminder. But I did, even with this reminder, I did feel that it was important to mention this as well, because we all have a piece in the pie, and to keep the integrity and transparency of this matter.
Councilors, any other councilors? Councilor Luzon?
Thank you, Councilor Infante, for bringing that up. And my question to you, Mr. President, who is the contact person for this company? Who is the contact person in the administration for the company?
Locally?
The day-to-day operation, who is in charge?
Who's your contact person? No. Who's the contact person in the administration for you guys? Who do you go to?
Sam Ortiz is our general manager.
Yeah, but he works for the city or he works for you?
PCI Municipal Services.
So who department in the city is in charge of overseeing your contract?
David Rodriguez.
Okay. Because I feel that, to you, Mr. President, I feel that we ask him then so many questions that are unnecessary. And believe me, I receive complaints from my constituents. I'm also a business owner, and I receive complaints left and right. But the meters are not going to go away. Are you going to be able to relocate the meters? Maybe not, because you're going to have to restructure the entire system. So, and I feel that we are supervising this company instead of the administration. That's why I was asking my colleagues, when did this happen? Who was involved? Because the contract is there for 5 more years. And so what we're doing here, and I know we're attending to complaints from our constituents, we are very concerned. We are also sometimes victims, but what we're doing here is a waste of time. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Luzon. So let me go around first and to see if any other councilors would like to speak, and then we can go back to the first person. Any other councilors that haven't speak yet? Councilor De Rosario?
In closing, 2 things. You mentioned that the city cannot get out of the contracts because they're going to have to pay more money. They're not making money. They don't want to get out of the contract either because they have to pay the city money, just to be clear of. And he stated 3 weeks ago they're not making any money. Most of the concerns, and I'm going to be short now because we need to go. Most of the concerns I know are by people paying the parking tickets and being ticketed. And I know we have an issue with placement of the meters. But most of the complaints are for people that actually paying the tickets, paying the parking meters and getting tickets. That's what we had, and that's why we brought them in. Last 3 weeks ago, David was here. And every time we come from the outside, where we go to David. We don't see them. I mean, we might go to the window. I've been to the window a couple of times, but at the end of the day, we end up talking to David. And one of the, why they brought here is to the fact that David said, well, we talked to David and said, well, we should come in front of you guys and explain the issue. The issue is a technical issue, and they address it. It's a technical issue. It's not an administrative issue. It's not a city issue. It's mostly a technical issue that the service provider, they need to fix for our constituents to be paying correctly if they need to pay.
Through you,
Thank you,
Mr. President.
Give me one minute, let me clarify this. The issue that was brought up when it comes to timing 3 weeks ago, I know that you present some information and you suggest another system to be implemented. So far with the system that we currently have in place, is that issue has been solved?
The system that is in place, the program that is in place, you will always have tickets that are issued just because of that, the way it goes through the system and how it has to go through the data. Just like when AT&T went down, if their system goes down or slows up and it takes an extra, let's say 30 minutes, while we're doing that ticket, even if we give that 2.5, 3 minute grace period that we spoke of, it's still going to be a invalid ticket. But these new models.
Still a delay.
Because of the delay, yes.
It's still a delay. Is the delay have been changed when it comes to reduction?
Well, again, because of what IPS did, they put in 40 high-powered antennas. They switched out 18 of the machines because literally one machine was working great, 150 feet away, same modem, it wasn't. So they switched out 18 of those. That is part of the reason why we're getting so much better stats right now. So yes, we have fixed a lot of that issue, that delay.
So the delay have reduced but haven't been eliminated?
It'll never be eliminated. It can't be,
Okay.
unless you change the system.
Okay. Councilor Luzon?
And I, thank you, Council President. So my suggestion to you, Council President, is to maybe create, well, to promote collaboration between the contact person in the city and this company, and hope, you hear me? And perhaps we can send them our suggestions, because what I'm seeing here is a contract that is not going to be over in 5 years, correct? In 4 more years. And we're getting a lot of complaints. Yes, we are. But also, we are acting like supervisors.
No, we
Wait, vendor, this is my opinion,
we are
Mr. President. Mr. President, my opinion.
Now the city council.
So we are acting, from my point of view, as a supervisor. And I know Councilor Rosario brought a lot of great points, but those points can be resolved the city should resolve those problems. The department, they're supposed to be the contact person for them. I just wanted to put that out there. And I think Councilor Infante mentioned something similar. Yes, we're getting complaints from our constituents. They are very concerned. I'm concerned. I get tickets, and I have to pay the tickets. But unfortunately, we cannot continue wasting time dealing with a contract that is in place for the next 4 years.
So, Councilor Luzon, it's important to recognize the following. As a city council, we are now responsible to the day-to-day operation of the city and also the enforcement of any contract. So it is important to recognize that we are not serving as anything perhaps in this contract, because we are not responsible to eliminate the contract perhaps or to improve the contract, because that's the day-to-day operation of the city. At this point, councilors, any other questions or concern regarding to this specific issue? Councilors, I entertain a motion. We have a motion to, for the purpose of discussion. There is any motion?
Motion to table, due to the fact that we should leave it here, just in case we need to discuss it again, so motion to table.
Motion to table, properly second, no discussion on the table matters. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you so much. For now, we're gonna go to, possible councilors, can I take an item out of order, item 3224, which is the increase of the salary of the city physician, John Gore, to $30,000. Can I get a motion to take this as a?
Motion to take out of order 32, item 3234.
There is a motion on the table, properly second. Discussion, I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Now we have item 3224, which is the discussion for the potential increasement of the salary for our city physician. There is anybody from the administration that is here to discuss on this issue? All right. The chair of that ordinance committee, Councilor President LaPlante.
Thank you, Mr. President. Document number 3224 is the committee, ordinance committee sent up with a favorable recommendation to send up document number 3224, an increase of the salary of city physician, Dr. Joel Gorn, to $30,000, and to make that in the form of a motion.
Second.
There is a motion to, can you repeat the motion?
The motion is to increase salary or stipend, compensation is probably a safer word, to Dr. Joel Gorn to $30,000.
The recommendation was to, for the increasement?
It was to increase.
There is a motion to increase the
compensation.
salary of the city physician for the stipend of $30,000. Currently, it's $15,000.
It's $10,000, I believe.
$10,000, and it's going to be increased to $30,000. Any discussions on this matter, councilors? I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, councilors.
Council President, you want to do this?
Council President.
Madam Vice Chair from the, Madam Vice
Thank you.
President. Infante.
It has come to my attention that I do have constituents here tonight for the public hearing, so I would like to proceed at the top of the agenda, please.
Going back to the top of the agenda, item 21st-24, which is no parking on Salem Street. That's a public hearing. Madam Sheriff, please read the notice.
Notice is hereby given that the City of Lawrence will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, March 19th, 2024, at 7:00 p.m. in the Council Chambers, 200 Common Street, Lawrence, pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, and in accordance with the recent revised City Council Rule 2. This meeting will be hybrid, allowing participation both in person and remotely. To accommodate any participant with a health consideration that prevents them from participating in person. To receive access codes for remote participation, please contact the city clerk at eileen.bernal@cityoflawrence.com or 978-620-3230. The meeting may be viewed on Facebook and YouTube. The purpose of the hearing is to gather testimony, information, and public input concerning the proposing amendment to the revised ordinances of the City of Lawrence, to be further amended by adding the following new subparagraph to section 10.36.010 of the municipal code, no parking, to be inserted in the proper alphabetical order. Salem Street, south side, from a point 20 feet west of Parker Street to a point 270 feet west of Parker Street, Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Persons wishing to be heard shall be afforded the opportunity.
The public hearing is now open. Anybody from the public that would like to speak? Name and address for the record, please.
Monica Lucy, 240 Canal Street. I'm also the principal at Lawrence Catholic Academy. We recently had our groundbreaking, and by the way of a police special thing, they were able to stop the parking on that side of the street for the drop-off and pick-up and during the day. It's gone extremely well. Councilor LaPlante came out to see us the other day to see how drop-off and pick-up is going. Things are a little tight now that we've started construction on a brand-new school, but it is working. I do have pictures, if anyone's interested, from school vacation week where there was no one parked on that side of the street during the day at 11 in the morning. So I don't believe that we are negatively impacting the community that lives across the street from us. and we would very much like for it to continue for the duration of our construction.
Council President. Council President.
Any other person that wishes to speak? All right, I hear there is anybody else that wishes to speak on this matter? I hear none, so now public hearing is now closed. Councilors, what's the motion?
Motion to approve.
There is a motion.
Discussion.
Discussion.
On discussion. Councilor LaPlante. Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you very much, Council President. Listen, I just wanted to make a real quick comment regarding the absolute fantastic job LCA had with the groundbreaking ceremony that took place a few weeks ago. And the other thing I wanted just to quickly bring up is this is an unbelievable project in the Commonwealth, not just Lawrence. Why? When was the last time a Catholic school actually got built from scratch? Like, it hasn't happened like in maybe decades or longer. I mean, we're closing down Catholic schools in our city, and Council President, we are about to increase and build one privately in South Lawrence. I couldn't be more proud of the institution and its leadership and what it's trying to do. And I think one other thing too, as we look back upon our history, is this. Earlier we had the superintendent search. We talked about Lawrence Public Schools at the highest level, at the superintendent's level. One of the best things we had going in our city for the longest time was the Catholic school education. Why? It took the pressure off the public schools. The number of schools that we had throughout Lawrence made it a lot easier. And so I'm glad that we're going to be voting in favor, hopefully in favor of this evening, but it's important to understand what they are adding to our community and what they are adding to our city, and I want to congratulate them on the steps that they're taking right now to make Catholic education affordable, and frankly, as a taxpayers, relieve a little bit of the burden that we require in our public school system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor LaPlante. At this point, any other councilors would like to speak on this matter? Councilor Rosario.
I thank you through you, Council President. I only have one complaint. I wasn't able to go to the ceremony, and we did not get a shovel.
I will bring you a shovel.
We weren't able to go to that, and we ain't got a shovel.
We all do.
So we need shovels. That's it. Thank you.
Council President.
By the way, we're still waiting for the police department one, and that's it.
You'll have mine first, I promise you.
Council President.
Whoever can get the message to the police department, please, we need our shovel. Councilor Infante. Councilor Vice President Infante.
Thank you. I have two things to say. One related, and nothing against my colleague, but my colleague always emphasizes the need to be informed when things are happening in his district, and I wish I would have been informed that he was going to visit the traffic, as this school is in my district. But I know it was with good intention. I'm saying for future reference, if you're going to preach about something, make sure you also practice it as well. To the Lawrence Catholic Academy, I could not make your groundbreaking, but I saw the amazing photos, and I am very upset that I couldn't make it, but it looked great, and I am so excited for you. It's going to look beautiful. Father Paul shared photos, and I'm just excited for you guys. I do have a short update from Detective Tom Cuddy, who's been the one on top of the traffic for that area, and it's exactly the same of what the principal said. He couldn't be here tonight because the police department has a banquet, but he told me that they've been monitoring drop-off and pick-up, and it seems to be working well for the time being. Between the hours of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., the stops are empty, as well as weekends. From right now, what the police department has noticed or analyzed, that traffic has little to no impact on the residents, but they will continue to monitor the traffic in that area. And that is all.
Councilors, any other questions from the councilors? Any other questions? At this
President?
point, I'll call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Don't forget our shovels, please.
I'll deliver the shovels, 9 shovels, I'm on it. 10.
Committee reports.
Thank you.
Committee report, Committee reports, we're gonna go to the Committee of the Whole. Madam Vice President Infante, committee reports.
Sorry. Councilor Platt is over here making me laugh, so hold on, where are we? Committee of the Whole report. Yeah, so the Committee of the Whole met last week. Actually, I'm going to do the reverse. I'm going to leave item 57-24 for second, and I'm going to take the second item as the first one. So the first item that I'm going to take is out of order. 466-23, the replacement of plaques on monument at Tommy Fountain and Isabel Melendez Park, which was brought to us by former Councilor Rich Russell. At the committee level, we all discussed, for the record, all discussed that the plaques, the name of the mayor, the names of the DPW director, and et cetera, are much larger than the actual honorees. We did ask to get correspondence from someone, either from the mayor's office or the DPW office, which we have. So I would like to, do you want to vote on the? Okay, so I do want to add this as part of the committee report, because we did receive an answer today. We received an answer from the DPW office supervisor, and she reached out to the councilors on behalf of Director Jorge Jaime and Mayor Brian DePena, and they have agreed to proceed with the replacements of the plaques at the following location: Tommy Fountain, Isabel Melendez Park, and Stockton Park. She explained that this was an oversight on their end, and there were some time constraints with the design process, so it was rushed for deadlines, but it was an oversight on their end. She also stated to us that this will happen until July 1st, when the new budget becomes available. That is when the city will proceed with the replacement of the new plaques, but the city will be replacing it, and that was the response. That's the recent update that we got today. So with that being said, this is the committee report, and I make that as a formal motion.
Second.
On the table, properly second. Discussion? No discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. It is important to recognize also, Madam Vice President, that this item has been currently tabled at the Ordinance Committee, and we need to make it as one. So I think that we either send this up to the ordinance or keep it at this level. I prefer to just keep it on this level and then withdraw the other item.
Because, was it discussed? So because the committee, most of us were at the Committee of the Whole, I would prefer to keep it here and table it at the full council level, so then after the July 1st and the new budget goes into effect, we can then call the stakeholders back in to ensure that they don't forget. It's a few months from now that they don't forget. So with that, motion to table.
There's a motion to table, properly second, no discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Madam Chair from the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. So our last item under the Committee of the Whole is item 57-24, the approval of the Lawrence Municipal Aggregation Plan proposal brought to us by Anil Navkal and Mayor Brian DePena. And we actually have Mr. Navkal here in addition to the...
Would like to, do you mind presenting the committee report and accept it first?
Oh, yes. So the committee report...
So we have a committee report that we're going to have to allow
So,
them
yes.
speak with this, with the Department of Public
Yes.
Utilities to continue with the process.
So, and I make that as a motion to accept the committee report.
Second.
There is a motion to accept the committee report. Properly second, discussion. I hear none. All those in favor to accept the committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
At this point, Council, we have a committee report in front of us, and I entertain a motion for discussion and allow.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt this.
Second.
There is a motion to adopt. When you say adopt, that means that we actually allow them to go to the state to proceed with the process?
Council President, is correct.
Thank you so much, Councilor Brandt. There is a motion to allow that the organization in front of us to continue with the process when there is, can you hear a second? Properly second, discussion. I hear none. Anything that you would like to add on that? What is the next step?
If this was voted, I just want to say thank you.
Work.
I can't.
Thank you for waiting.
When I came here, that was my first thing. I thought I would deliver on it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is, again.
Assuming that this is going through, what is the next step?
Yes, Mark Capadona, Colonial Power Group, 5 Mount Royal Ave. If this was voted to be approved tonight, we'd move on to set up a meeting with the Department of Energy Resources. It's about a half an hour phone call, and then after that, we would file with the Department of Public Utilities.
The councilors, there is a few changes that we were discussing at the committee of the whole, which was section 2.2.1.
That's correct.
Councilors, did you guys have the opportunity to read that specific section and the difference how it was before? I believe that we should take a vote on that to make sure that this is the version that is going to, if the council decide to. So.
Motion to accept the amendment section of 2.2.1, right? 2.1.
Second.
There is a motion on the table to accept that amendment on that specific section just discussed.
Discussion.
Discussion, can I hear properly second, discussion, Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you so much, Council President. So I just want to make sure we're clear on this. This is essentially the language is trying to share the responsibility not only with the mayor, but also with the council, but with the mayor's office as well. So we're sharing that responsibility for fill in the verb right there.
That is exactly correct. For the plan, that's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so that's what we're doing, and I don't think the administration has a problem with that. Do they, through you, Mr. President, does the administration have a problem with this? I would think not, right?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there is a motion on the table, properly second, any other discussion? I hear none, all those in favor to accept that specific amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Now we proceed with the approval of the next step of the process. Any discussion on that portion of that item? At this point, I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Roll call, please, just for the record.
Thank you. She wants a roll call?
Councilor
Yes.
Mambo. Councilor Santiago?
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Councilor Luzon? Councilor LaPlante?
Yes.
Councilor Levy?
Yes.
Councilor Vice President Infante?
Yes.
Council President Rosario? Rodriguez, I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind.
Yes.
Perhaps.
We just approved the committee of the whole, so we're going back to the top of the agenda. We have committee reports, Board of Finance Committee, there is no report. There is a specific items that probably perhaps we should take on top, but I mean, I'll just go to the.
Through you, Council President, the Housing Committee met on item number 88-24 regarding 47-47A Newberry Street, map 87, lot 6, declaration of surplus property. We have our asset officer, Charlene Pascual. This Committee on Housing did recommend for this matter in a favorable recommendation to the full council concerning this matter.
So, Madam Chair, from the Housing Committee, this is just to declare surplus in all of your items currently, right?
Correct.
So, item 8824, to declare surplus property located in 4747A of Newberry Street. Did you make that as a form of a motion?
I submit that as a form of a motion.
There is a motion, properly second discussion. I hear none. All those in favor to declare the surplus, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 8924.
Okay, the Housing Committee met on item number 89-24, Newberry Street and Garden Street, map 87, lot 7, declaration of surplus property. I submit that as a form of a motion.
Can you hear a second?
Second.
Discussion.
I would like to table this item just because we are still in the works of trying to get some clearance on that property, that we're still working with the city assessor and also the tax collector.
Councilors, I entertain a motion to table.
Second.
There is a motion to table, properly second, no discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 9024, Madam Chair, from the Housing Committee.
Housing Committee met on item number 90-24, 49-51A Newberry Street, map 87, lot 4, declaration of surplus property. I submit that as a form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table. Can you hear a second?
Second.
Properly second, discussion, councilors. I hear none. All those in favor to declare this property as a surplus, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 9124, Madam
Housing
Chair, from the
Committee
Housing
met
Committee.
on, my apologies, Council President. Housing Committee met on item number 91-24 regarding 55 Bromfield Street, map 171, lot 132, declaration of surplus property. I submit that as a form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table, properly second, to declare this property as a surplus. Any discussion, councilors? I hear none, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. So we finished with the Housing Committee. We have other items that are related to the Housing Committee.
Motion to pass 11.
There is a motion to pass
Discussion.
11.
Discussion. I want to make sure I get discussion on this.
Okay, take the show. Go ahead.
The show,
Like to-
Council
like to
President.
bribe,
This is a
former
very
president.
serious council meeting, and quite frankly.
Former
Council-
President, go ahead.
Council President.
Go ahead, former President.
Thank you. Look, I'm just trying to make the point here that it's now 11 o'clock. We did this at 10, we did this at 11. We've had a lot of healthy and fantastic debate and discussion and questions asked. I think a lot of the discussion here was very helpful and fruitful. However, what we have here, we have airport manager, we have the CAFO, we have the city attorney, we have the land use planner, we have members of the public, we have the LRA attorney here, we have former city councilor here, and other members of the public. We're not doing either them or us any favors because we decided, no, I'm sorry, Council President, you decided that you wanted to have one meeting in the first time
Former
since
President,
19
you have,
I'm
why you
almost
didn't,
done.
no, I'm not
And-
recognizing you.
And here's the thing, Council
Why you
President.
didn't have
Your
three councilors to
earlier-
have a special
Your
meeting?
earlier comment, Council President, saying that I
Why
went
you
to
didn't have two
each-
councilors
went
to sign?
If you were a city councilor that I called asking for you to sign the paper, please raise your hand. And there's none,
You call the mayor.
because
Call the
Council
mayor.
President, I didn't want to put them in a box. Beyond something, Council President, you should have done. Thank you.
Okay, former President, thank you so much. Now we continue. Motion to pass 10. Pass 11. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you so much. All right,
Like to-
now we move forward with,
Excuse me, I just have one more item on the agenda, and I would like to see if you guys would consider.
what is the item?
47523, which is the approval of sale for Plishway.
Councilors, there is a motion to take item, what was the item number?
47523. 475-23.
A roll call for this one.
It's the last item on tabled matters.
Top of page 6.
Yeah, we were motioned to be here for tonight, for this item.
I'd like to take this item out of the table matters. Can I hear a motion?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion on the table, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Councilors asking for a roll call. Roll call, please.
Counselor Levy?
Yes?
Counselor LaPlante?
Yes.
Counselor Luzon? No. Counselor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Counselor Santiago?
No.
Counselor Mama?
Is this a motion for discussion?
Yes, this is a motion to remove it from the table matter.
Yes.
Counselor Reyes?
Yes.
Counselor Vice President Infante?
No.
Council President Rodriguez?
Well, I'll vote yes. Councilors, what is your desire on this item?
Council President, I believe there's an underlying motion on this. I think the motion was to approve. That was the underlying motion.
Madam Chair, can you look into it to see if there's an underlying motion on this? I don't believe it is. This matter, and we open it for discussion. Discussion on this matter, councilors.
Council President? The representative for the city wasn't here when we actually discussed this issue, so I'm assuming that she probably would like to say something to us, and we should listen.
By all means, take the floor.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Good evening, City Council members. I know it's been a long night for everyone. I appreciate your time and dedication to the community. I do want to detail that I did ask the City Council President, Mr. Rodriguez, and our Madam Chair of the Housing Committee, Vivian Marble, to untable the item and allow me to present last City Council meeting on 2/20. But was asked to address some questions on behalf of the council prior to that meeting, which was 2/7. I was, however, ready to present then, but I was asked by our City Council President to hold until the next meeting. I believe that there was a miscommunication and the item was not on the agenda as Councilor Rosario addressed that date, thank you. But it was untabled by one of our councilors, which I understand is part of the process. I'm glad to be here today along with our city attorney to answer legalities and procurement process questions, which is some of the questions that the councilors had. I will ask that the council be respectful towards me in my presence and in my absence. I did review the video and I was not too happy about what happened while I was away, and asked the president through email and also the housing committee to be here, and I was told not to. So I was not here because I was being neglectful to my job duties. I was not here because I was asked to wait to the next meeting. So just as I do with you guys, I ask the same for myself as a city employee. So moving forward, furthermore, I would like to ask the council to vote on the item in question, which is the underlying approval to approve the sale of 4 Plishway. And I have the city attorney here to address some of the questions that you guys had.
So it is important to recognize first for the record that you did spoke to us. However, not every item that is on the table matters. We have control to untable it. Since the questions that we have at that point when you ask if that matter could be untabled, the reason that you stated in your email was because the applicants was requesting to be untabled. And let me finish. Since the questions were not answered yet at that point, and the questions that the committee actually was asking before were not yet respond, at that point, we suggest you to, instead of requesting to untable it, perhaps what needs to happen is to provide some clarity on the questions that we previously have.
Right.
And since that happened, I believe, on the same day of the meeting, and questions were not responded, so we ask you to just provide the answers of the questions and come in front of us during the next meeting. Obviously, when we tell you that, and I take responsibility to send in that email because I have questions that were not answered at that point. So you definitely to avoid that issue, when you can definitely be here any meeting that we have in case any counselor want to untable something, but that's not the way it usually work. It is a situation that it was not in a regular way, but you're welcome to come. We just try to save a trip to you because we were questions that were not answered.
Right.
That's why.
And just to respond to that, in response to your email to not be here, because I have 3 little children and these meetings go past 11 o'clock sometimes, I decided that that wasn't the particular meeting for me to be at, just to see if I was going to be untabled that day or not.
Exactly. That's why we tell you.
Respectfully so, we're just going to move forward with the discussion, and I appreciate tabling the item tonight.
Yep, sure. Councilors, we have an underlying motion to approve the sale of the property of Fort Bletchway, tax map 70, lot 94. We have the access officer in front of us. Any questions that we previously have, she's ready to answer.
Council President, if I could just make one comment. If the body decides tonight to vote to approve this item, if the vote could please include the buyer's full names, the amount, the contract timeline, and any conditions. It's vital that those get into the vote because we've had issues with the city attorney's office when those haven't been in the vote. So if you could just work together and get that in there. Thank you.
Council President.
So on the motion, probably we should repeat the motion or make a new motion with including that. That would be great.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the item number is 475-23, approval to sale real property located at Fort Bletchway to, is that correct, names? Yes. Antonio Lopez and Lucy Alcina, 316 Essex Street, apartment 406, Lawrence, Mass. 01840, in the amount of $180,000.
108?
180.
180.
180.
All right.
Are there any conditions on that?
The conditions are,
There's no condition.
so the conditions were for them to live in the property from 3 to 5 years. And there's a couple other,
These will be contained on the deed.
Susan beats me up if they're not in the.
Yeah.
So, do you?
Yes,
Do
it does.
or
Do you have
need a-
all the conditions?
You're good, okay.
You,
Council President.
with the proper conditions that is going to be transferred over, and it was previously discussed
Right.
at the Housing Committee.
okay.
Madam Vice President Stephanie Infante.
Thank you. Ms. Pascual and Attorney Hooton, last meeting, we had an individual who also bidded for this property, and she stated that certain documents weren't required of her. I'm sure you have an answer, because I see you getting ready, and I know you're always prepared. But what I do also see is that she is not here as well, and she's the second party involved in the discussion. Was she notified that this was going to be untabled today, so that she could be here for this meeting?
Second of all, I don't know why she would be notified, because she has no rights here. Let me give you a quick explanation. First of all, hello, council, how are you? Sorry it's late at night.
Hi.
Second thing, I know it's a little tense tonight, but just remember, it could be worse. You could be the parking guy, because just to let you know, none of you knew this, but when he walked up here, he was threatened by 2 people. 2 people said to him, "We'll see you outside." Okay? Seriously, tonight.
Council
So-
President, he needs to stay.
So I just want you to know that there's a lot of tension in the air. Let's try to take a deep breath and let's move on, but
Yes, so
it's better
please-
off you don't have that job.
Any clarification that you have on this,
So
we'll
just so
greatly
you know,
appreciate it.
So,
This is the same as a bid. When we put it out, if we want someone to do work in the city, if you want to do tarring, we have a blind bid. We tell you, here's the work we want done. Okay, we want you to tar these roads, there's how much tar we want you to use, tell us your price. And we need you to be certified, we need you to be insured, we have these qualifications. Then the bids come in, you open up the bids. Until you open up the bids, you have no idea. And you look at the first one, and the first one says, doesn't have enough tar, we throw it out. Second one says they don't have any insurance, we throw it out. And you go until you've got people that qualify. And then when you get everybody that qualifies, you look at the price. It's the same with this property. So what happened is we had certain qualifications, was that how much money are you going to pay? How are you going to pay it? Because a lot of people like to say, oh, I'll pay this. They have no ability to pay. Second of all, what is your deposit? Third of all, are you going to live there? Are you guaranteed you're going to live there? And you had to fill out all the documentation. So we have a committee, and it's a blind committee. I'm on the committee, which is why I'm here. There's a few other members of the committee that were here, but unfortunately, unlike me, they have small children, and they had to leave. So we look through these. We have no names.
Just so you know, sorry to interrupt you, but this isn't the first time that we have stayed in a meeting past 11. This isn't the first time that we've been in a meeting since after midnight. So can we please stop referring and just get?
No, I have no problem being here. I'm happy to be here before the board. But I'm just trying.
That's not you, but it's
I'm trying
coming
to
out
explain their
consistently,
absence. I'm
and
just
it's
trying to
like,
explain their
it's not the
absence.
first
No
time.
problem. So what happened is we don't look at any of the things. We just look at, do they have the qualifications and money? So the woman that you're talking about, she didn't submit all the documentation. And then she comes to the city council meeting. So much like a bid, it's October 8th, get your paperwork in. October 9th is too late. October 10th is too late. So now, some 4 months later, she comes before the city council, very nice woman, and goes, I've got my paperwork. It doesn't matter. She's too late. She's not in consideration. She didn't fulfill the requirements of the bid. There was one person that was required, that filled the requirements of the bid. The committee voted on it. We had no idea who these people were. They had the ability to pay. They met all the criteria. And then, as our committee meets, about 7 people, we present it to the mayor, who approves it. So that's the way it's done. It's just to, and this is a committee that I believe was formed by this council, so you don't have to do it, so that you don't have the pressure, because, to be honest with you, if the council did it, they would say, Wendy Luzon knows that person. Wendy Luzon favors that person. You know, that's why the council does it, and that's why we do it. I don't know anybody. I don't care who gets this property. I just go by, what did they do in the bid? Did they meet the bid? If they met the bid, that's who we offer it to.
It is important to recognize the following on the discussion. When the 5 different members were, or applicants, or the people that respond to the RFP were discussed, there was only 2 applicants, and that was part of the discussion originally. Actually, they sent me a capture when we said that in the podium, that only 2 applicants were fully in compliance with the process, and the person that was here previously, she was one of them. So it was not that she was not in compliance. It was that it was a choosing between 2 candidates. So that
I
was
believe
this
that was
case
a misstatement,
specific.
because she didn't have all her paperwork in. But
She was the one saying.
Right, and I can attest, and I think I explained to the council that it was the first time that I came to the council, so I misspoke, and unfortunately, you know, those are the consequences that I have to face today. But there was one qualified candidate. She was missing documents, and regardless to whether we said it on the record or not, the truth of the matter is that she was not qualified.
Well, that was not what was said, and that's important to recognize that. It was a mistake, but I mean, it is a mistake now, but I mean, it is a mistake on the process. And I don't want to go through that. We already have a motion in front of us to approve the sale of this property to a specific candidate. And there was questions that were in regard to that specific candidate. Councilor Luzon.
Wow. Thank you, Council President. And I'm going to refer to the other candidate. She didn't came here. She came to the city council because she was watching the city council meeting. And I don't remember seeing any paperwork. She just came here and talked to us about the paperwork. And according to her, she presented all the paperwork that was requested from her. Also, in that list, because yes, attorney, I forgot your last name.
Hooten.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Like hooting and hollering.
English is my second language. So attorney, we know most of the people that apply for that, to purchase a house. So maybe you don't live here, but most of us know some of the candidates. I just want to make that clear. And I have a question. We had a few questions that night about first-time home owners.
Okay, so.
We have an answer
Yes,
through you?
I do.
Yes, please.
Okay, first of all, this property does not qualify for first-time home ownership because the requirement for first-time ownership is move-in condition. In due respect to the people right here, this is not in move-in condition. Maybe for squirrels and maybe for raccoons, but it's not in move-in conditions. This is a property that needs some tender loving care, so it would not, it could not have.
But how can, so according to...
That's one of the conditions. We have many conditions.
Yes,
For
but that
instance,
was one of the conditions that we spoke about it that night. So were you saying to us that you guys made another mistake?
No, we have the same.
Yes, you did.
I'm sorry.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Attorney Hilton, give me
We have the
give
same
me-
7 criteria for every property. We don't change it for the
To
property.
you, Council President,
Council Luzon.
that night, we spent hours, almost an hour, I think, going over the same issue, trying to figure it out if the couple that is planning to buy, to purchase this property, no, was a couple, the lady, the wife, was a first-time home buyer. And that was a back and forth conversation. So you're telling me that there was another mistake in the process?
I am
Is
not.
that accurate or not?
It is not accurate. It's not accurate.
Let me intervene on that. The publication of the RFP include one of the conditions was for first-time home buyers. So
It was not one of the conditions. It was one, so much like anything, here are our 7 criteria. We give you a plus or a minus. For instance, if we have nobody that can live there 3 years, then no one's completed with that. We value each one. For instance, someone might meet all 7 criteria and bid $1. Even though they've met all that, it's not in the city's interest to sell it to them for $1.
So let me ask you a quick question then.
It's a balancing act.
Okay, let me ask you a quick question then. Did you eliminate any candidate because it was not a first-time home buyer?
Did we eliminate anybody because they were not? No. No, because we also had, what's the company that builds homes? No, there was some investor involved, but what's the company that, Habitat for Humanity, for instance, is not a first-time home buyer. We did not eliminate them from bidding.
Understood. Council Luzon, you have any other question? Or we can move
I
forward
think,
with the
no,
discussion?
no, Council President. I think that it's very confusing. When she came here, and this is not personal, just to put it out there, not personal even for the couple that is planning to buy this property. When she came here, she mentioned that over and over. So what you presented to us it's very confusing. I think you were confused too, Attorney
Putin.
Putin.
With an A.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's what it sounds. It sounds she was telling us something, and now it's a totally different story.
And just so we're clear, this is not my story. We have a committee and some members are here, we're all going to tell the same story. It's what we do. Again, if the city council wishes, they can disband the committee, they can do anything they want.
We have a motion in front of us to approve the sale of these properties. So at this point, Councilor, if it is no question, I would like to, no other questions in this regard, I would like to,
I have a question.
who was it?
Me.
Madam Vice President Stephanie Infante.
Thank you. I see Attorney Corrigan here. I'm wondering if you're here for the city or you're here on the behalf of the buyer?
I'm here on behalf of the proposed buyers.
Okay. So I have a comment, though. And you know I have a lot of respect for you, and I advocated, and sorry, Attorney, as you know, it's all public information.
I don't think that this is the time.
I advocated for you to be, the city attorney, but I'm noticing a pattern that when there are certain people that certain individuals want them to get certain things, I'm seeing you coming up as their attorney. Nothing against you.
Before this council?
Not before us, but just.
The LRA and this.
I'm hearing you a lot. And I understand that, and I know you're good at your job, but it is concerning for me, and I do want to say that, and I know, and I want to give you the opportunity through Council President.
So we're just gonna, I think that essentially, we have enough information to, this council, take a determination on the vote. The vote is to approve the sale. I don't think that, adding anything will change the decision of each councilor, but for the fairness of the process, I'm gonna allow you to, speak on behalf of your client.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, before, yep. First, if we're concerned about the time, we should have never untabled this item, first of all. So whoever wants to speak is going to have a full time to speak. Secondly, if we didn't have two debates between the council president and the former president, us councilors would have more time to say what they want to say. So now we want to be rushing? Absolutely not. Attorney Corrigan.
That's what I just said, that I'm gonna express the opportunity for the attorney.
I want to read something from the website of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. The following criteria classifies first-time home buyers: individuals who have had no ownership in a principal residence during the 3-year period ending on the date of purchase of the property. This may also include a spouse. So if either meets the above test, they are considered first-time home buyers. My clients are first-time home buyers in the eyes of Housing and Urban Development and in many other.
Attorney, but this is not a criteria that you're gonna consider, because we just discussed this. It's not important.
But I want to make sure, because, I think my clients have been.
Yeah, but we just dismissed that.
Okay, I want to make sure, because these are good people, and they should not be caught up in.
No, but we dismissed that for everybody, because we just said that it was not.
But
Through you, Council President.
it was a criteria in the RFP.
Yeah, it was.
And they are, in fact, first-time home buyers under the HUD definition. So it was fair for this committee, the Real Estate Task Force, to consider them perhaps above the other applicants. That's all I want to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Attorney Corrigan.
Okay.
At this point, Council.
Roll call.
Before, Madam Clerk, do you mind?
Roll call.
Sell this property to Antonio Lopez and Lucia, and I'm going to apologize.
And Lucy, what's the name? Alcina. Lucy Alcina.
To those buyers for the amount of $180,000 with the conditions that were outlined at the Housing Committee, including one term which will be that there has to be owner occupied for at least 3 to 5 years.
And other conditions that were discussed at the Housing Committee. Yeah. Councilors, we have a motion. Who was the one second the motion? Okay. Councilor Rosario seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilor Reyes? Yes. Councilor Marmol?
No.
Counselor Santiago?
No.
Counselor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Counselor Luzon?
No.
Counselor LaPlante?
Yes.
Counselor Levy?
Yes.
Counselor Infante?
No.
Council President Rodriguez?
No. Motion
Motion
fails. So we move forward to the,
If I may, so I have been asked, these are not my items, so I just want you, I was asked to be ready on 2 items that were tabled. Both of them are from the mayor's office. There is no one from the mayor's office here, so I'm looking to leave because, because they're not my items. I mean, I was asked to be here to speak on them, but I'm not presenting them. No, I was asked by the clerk to be ready to speak on item 22-105 and 23-382. So in the tabled items, there are 2 items. Of the year 1922, there is number 105, 2022, I'm going way back. Number 105, I was asked to be ready to speak on that. That is not my item. I'm not presenting it, so if nobody's presenting it, I don't need to speak on it. And then item 23, 382 of 23, 380, I was asked to be here, ready to speak on that, but there's no one presenting it and nobody asking to untable it, so I'm...
You're okay.
I would like to, then I have one of, on the old business, on the old business as well. On the old business, councilors, we on the old business, councilors, we have 39016, which is the acceptance of the urban renewal plan. It was back then in 2016, and I believe that there was some type of discussion on that, and we would like to clarify a few things on that. Councilors, for the purpose of discussion, I would like to, or I entertain a motion to, I entertain a motion for the purpose of discussion of take this item out of the old business.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. 39016, where was it before this evening?
Who was it?
Was it, where was it? Was it in a committee? Where was this? So it wasn't before the council. Has it been before the council before?
Yes, it was to approve the item, it was approved.
We approved this item, so now we want to have a conversation about it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilors? For the purpose of discussion? 39016 on the old business section.
To the top of page 4, under old business.
Yes, no? We move on? Wait. No, the Tony Hilton, it's very important for the LRA issue. No,
I would state
No,
again, there's no one here from the LRA to, no, I'm happy to speak on it,
makes-
but I'm not.
For you, Council President, it makes no sense.
it's important.
I wasn't here in 2016, so I don't want to discuss it.
Stephanie, llámalo.
All right, so if we're gonna discuss this, if we are gonna discuss this, what I don't wanna hear is little side comments. I don't wanna see people rolling their eyes or whatever, because we just, again, spend time on an untabled item. So let's proceed, let's end strong, please.
Item 39016, willing to discuss or no?
Okay, that's it? Head?
Diablo, estúpido.
Hello, council, just checking in. Tim Williamson here for National Grid. Still in line for a number of public petitions if they're still happening this evening. Just checking in.
Let's go to the agenda, committee reports. Let's go to the ordinance committee. Chair for the ordinance committee.
Thank you, Council President. Document number, the ordinance committee met on document 11119, a traffic study, speeding and traffic controls, and it's a favorable recommendation to withdraw this item. That's form of a motion.
Motion to withdraw, properly second discussion. I hear none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 12321.
12321 is the Allison Street traffic study. That was sent up to the full council with a full recommendation to withdraw. Make that in the form of a motion.
Second.
There is a motion on the table, properly second discussion. I hear none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 12421.
12421, the ordinance committee sent this up to the full council. This is a stop sign on Salem Street, corner of Everett Street, and the ordinance committee sent this up for a recommendation to withdraw. Make that in the form of a motion.
There's a motion to withdraw, properly second discussion. I hear none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 12621.
The ordinance committee met on 12621, which is the handicap parking at 132 Margin Street, and is making a recommendation that we order a public hearing. Make that in the form of a motion.
Motion to order a public hearing, properly second discussion. I hear none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 39023.
Document 30923, handicap parking on Farnham Street, was sent up to the full council with a favorable recommendation to order a public hearing.
Second.
There is a motion on the table, properly second discussion. I hear none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 31123.
This item is a handicap parking at 356 South Union Street. This is a duplicate, so we're looking to withdraw. We're going to order a public hearing on this one, and we're going to draw the other document. So I'll make that in the form of a motion to order a public hearing.
Second.
There is a motion to order a public hearing, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 33623.
This is a resident parking only on Coleman Street. The committee sent this up to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing.
Second.
There is a motion on the table, properly second discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 35623.
The ordinance committee met on 35623. This is handicap parking at 17 Glenwood Drive, and we're looking to withdraw this item. Make that in the form of a motion.
Second.
Motion on the table, properly second discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 35623.
I'm gonna
On 36123.
Yeah, 36123 is handicap parking on Elizabeth Street near Lowell Street. The ordinance committee sent this up to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing. That's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion to order a public hearing, properly second discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 38823.
It's a parking sign for 30 minutes at 39 Manchester Street, and the ordinance committee sent this up with a recommendation to order a public hearing. That's a motion.
There is a motion on the table, properly second discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Item 38923.
This is a handicap parking at 82 Bunker Hill Street that the ordinance committee sent up to be withdrawn. Make that as a motion.
There's a motion on the table, properly second discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 39023.
Resident parking only on Chelmsford Street, odd numbers between Arlington Street and Center Street. This was sent up to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing and make that into a motion.
Motion on the table, properly second discussion. I call the question, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 39223.
This is a stop sign, Midland Street at Brookline. That is sent up to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing, and that is a motion.
Second.
There is a motion and properly second discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 39523.
This is one-side parking on Bork Street. Is it Bork or Burke? Anybody know? Bork? Okay. Bork? It's either Bork or Burke. Someone will correct me later. That's sent up to the full council to order a public hearing and make that in the form of a motion.
Well, there is a motion on the table, properly second discussion, councilors. I hear no discussions at this point. I call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 39523.
I just did that one, so I'll go to 41323.
41323.
And that's a request and expansion of resident parking on East Haverhill Street to include 108 Haverhill Street. And that was sent to the full council to order a public hearing and make that into, as a motion.
There's a motion on the table, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 41423.
This item is handicap parking at 34 Duckett Avenue. This is sent up with a recommendation to withdraw.
There's a motion on the table, properly second. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 41523.
Handicap parking, 8 Ferguson Street, sent up to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing and make that into a motion.
There's a motion on the table. Can you hear a second? Properly second. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 41623.
This is resident parking on West Street, Florence to Alden Court, both sides of street. Ordinance Committee sent this up with a recommendation to order a public hearing, and that's the motion.
Second.
There's a motion on the table, properly second. Discussion? I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 42023.
42023 is handicap parking, 59 Lexington Street. That was sent to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing, and that's a motion.
All right, there's a motion on the table, properly second. Discussion? I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 42523.
42223 is handicap parking at 234 High Street, and that was sent to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing and make that into a form of a motion.
Second.
There is a motion on the table, properly second. Discussion? I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 42423.
This is handicap parking at 128 Farnham Street. This was sent to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing and make that in the form of a motion.
Motion on the table, properly second. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 425, 445, and 449, and 450 are handicap parking. Councilor LaPlante, do you want to take that as a block?
No, because one of them is
All
withdrawal.
right, item 42523.
So that's a handicap parking at 31 Exchange Street. That is sent to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing.
There is a motion.
Second.
Do you make that as a form of a motion?
It is a motion, yes.
All right, there is a motion, properly second. Discussion? I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 44523.
44523 is handicap parking at 375 Haverhill Street. That is sent up to the full council with a recommendation to withdraw. I make that as a motion.
Second.
There is a motion to withdraw, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 44923.
It's handicap parking at 114 Bailey Street. Committee met and sent this up to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing. That's the motion.
All right, there's a
Second.
motion on the table, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 46723.
I'm going to do 45023, which is handicap parking at 191 Howard Street. That was sent to the full council with a recommendation to withdraw. I make that as a motion.
Second.
Motion to withdraw, properly second. Discussion? I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 46723.
It's a request for handicap parking at 61 White Street. That was sent up to the full council with a recommendation to withdraw, and that's a motion.
There's a motion on the table, properly second. Discussion? All discussion? I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 47723.
This is to recognize the Lawrence High School Theater Program. Make that a formal motion. I'll make a motion to say that's the motion. Is there for a second?
Second.
Council President, I'm looking to make a motion to table this matter.
Motion to table, properly second, no discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Item 47823.
This is the remove handicap parking sign at 45 Bellevue Street. Committee sent this up to recommendation to order a public hearing, and that's a motion.
Motion to order public hearing, properly second. Discussion? I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 47923.
It's resident parking only, Basswood Street from Arlington Street to Alder Street. Send up to the full council with the recommendation to order a public hearing, and that's a motion.
There is a motion on the table, properly second. Discussion? I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it.
48023 is to remove handicap parking sign at 322 Ames Street. This was sent up to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing, and that's a motion.
Second.
All right, there is a motion on the table, properly second, discussion. No discussion. At this point, I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 48123.
This is resident parking only on Walnut Street, sent up to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing, and that's a motion.
There's a motion on the table, properly second, discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 48223.
Handicap parking, 10 Morton Street, sent up to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing, and that's a motion.
Send to the full council, what was the motion?
For a public hearing.
Properly second, discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Next item.
2224 is the 15th annual Olive in July celebration of the Campagnon Common, July 17th, 2024, from 11 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Ordinance Committee sent this up with a favorable recommendation. Make that in the form of a motion.
Second.
Motion to accept, to approve. All those in favor, discussion. There is none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Next item.
2324 is the 52nd annual Lebanese Mahrajan, Lawrence and Amesbury Street, from August 30th to September 1st, 2024. This is not a license on any city park, so we're making a recommendation to withdraw this item. Make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion to withdraw. Properly second, discussion. I hear no discussions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 3524.
This is to delete an ordinance and remove a handicap parking space at 233 Hampshire Street. This was sent up to the full council with a recommendation, favorable recommendation to order a public hearing, and that's a motion.
There is a motion on the table, properly second, discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 3724.
3724 is the approval of a 21-plus year land lease pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 90, Section 51F. It's a 30-year lease for Martin Allen AV Pro. That was sent up to the full council with a favorable recommendation, and I make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table, properly second,
Discussion. We have, and I want to thank the director for being here all this time. Thank you so much. You know, you got another life too, and we do appreciate it. So thank you very much. Is there anything you want to, since you're here?
Yes, so City Council President, councilors, I am here with Martin Allen Jr. of AV Pro Worldwide. His family business is looking to do a development on the airfield. Again, it's not something normal that we come before you. The only reason why this is before you is because of Mass General Law, Chapter 90, Section 51F requires that any lease beyond the 21-year, in this case, they're requesting that the Airport Commission entertain a 30-year lease due to their financing, and therefore is in line and is in support. The Commission supports it and is in line with prior practices at the airport.
Any questions, councilors? This is a 21-plus list. What is the amount of, the total amount?
30 years. 30 years,
lease.
right, so.
Quick question. Did you get an approval from the board?
Yes,
So they approved the 20 years, and they're not allowed to approve more than 21?
correct.
So, okay.
And we also, just another point, we also got an approval from the mayor's office, which is the second part of the law, for the mayor's office and this body to approve.
Okay. So this is a 30-year lease. This is different than what we approved before?
Yes, this is a
completely
separate
different thing.
development, Council President.
Okay. And what was the intent of the development?
I'm sorry, the intent of the development is on the air side to build hangars, much-needed hangars, so that pilots could store their airplanes inside, under covered areas, as opposed to keeping them under the elements.
All right. Previously, you have an increasement on your rent. How much this is going to bring to the airport?
So it depends on the actual size of the development, but, you know, as of right now, as of what the two developments that they are presenting, it could be anywhere from $30,000 to $60,000 a year. And again, it's two phases of developments that they're doing under one lease. So that's where we are at. There's also a requirement for them to pipe in water. There is no water in that part of the airport. So depending if the size of the buildings require fire suppression, they're going to have to pipe in water from the closest hydrant, which is several hundred feet in the direction of the public street.
Councilors, any questions in regard to this? This is a 30-year lease. All right, I guess that I entertain the motion, a motion to approve, properly second.
Second.
Properly second, it was previously second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you, Director Ureña.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much.
Next item, Mr. Chair.
Just remember, you could be a cab, or not a cab, a taxi, no, a meter guy, right? 4124 is to install an underground conduit at 2 Appleton Street. This was sent up to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing, and that's a motion.
All right, there is a motion on the table, properly second. All those in favor, discussion? I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Document 4324 is to install one SO pole at number 5880
Chair, from the
intersection of
Ordinance
Ferber
Committee.
Street.
Mr. Chair, from the Ordinance Committee, those items that are coming up are all from National Grid, and there are SO and JO poles. Do you want to take item 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49, and also 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, and 107 as a block, since they are all National Grid items.
I have no objections for putting them all as a block. I do think, though, for our
Council President and Councilor LaPlante, Tim Williamson here from National Grid. I just want to say, if you want to take them all as a block, I can speak to them all at once. And if you have any specific questions about any specific item, myself or Vaz.
All right, thank you.
can
We got you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
So-
Councilors, do you want to take it as a block?
So we're going to do it as a block, and only the caveat being, Council President, just for pure transparency, we should read them all, because they're all in a public hearing. But yes, we'll take them all as
Yeah,
a block.
let's read them all the items, and then we take it as a block.
Here we go. 4324, install one. I did this already. 4424, install 2 JO poles on Green Street. 4524, install 2 JO poles on Haverhill Street. 4624, install, I'm trying to determine if I need to read that number. Install 1 JO pole on Park Street. 4724, install 1 JO pole on Morrison Street. 4824, install 1 JO pole on Railroad Street. 4924, install 1 JO pole on Broadway. I'm going to skip over 77 and come back.
So 93 is the next one.
9324 is install 1 JO pole on Morrison Street. 9424, construct underground conduit on Common Street near Amesbury Street. 9524, install 2 JO poles on Lawrence Street and remove 1 JO pole and relocate 1 JO pole. 9624, install 2 JO poles on Salem Street near South Union. 9724 is install 1 JO pole on South Union near Abbott Street, number 9. 9824 is install 2 JO poles on Springfield Street near Parker Street. 9924, install 2 JO poles on Newton Street near Kingston Street. 124 is install 1 JO pole on Newton Street near Rowe Street. 10124 is to install 1 JO pole on Durham Street near Rowe Street. 10224 is to install 1 JO pole on Crosby Street near South Broadway. 10324 is to install 1 JO pole on Everett Street near Sanborn Street. 10724 is to construct underground conduits on Merrimack Street and South Union Street. 10524 is to install 1 SO pole on South Union Street near Springfield Street. 10624 is to install 1 SO pole on Springfield Street near South Union Street. And 10724 to install 2 SO poles on South Union Street near Merrimack Street. The Ordinance Committee met on all those items and made a favorable recommendation to order a public hearing, and I make that in the form of a motion.
Second.
There is a motion on the table, properly second. Discussion, councilors? I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
I will be asking the clerk for just, this is to Councilor Del Rosario's credit on this. We've been pushing hard to try to save money on some of these, and I just want to make sure we have the proper motion that we can consolidate the advertising. Clerk, can you help me craft that motion?
Yeah,
No.
we'll take care of it.
No?
We have it.
Okay.
I would just like to,
Yeah, we all said, thank you so much. Thank you for being there. We took it as a block, and we already voted. Thank you.
of course, and I just wanted to reply and mention that I brought the comment back to National Grid Management about the increased fees to help offset the costs of these petition hearings and the mailings and everything that is associated with the cost for the clerk. And we're very appreciative of your concerns, and we will respond with any increased fees as needed.
Thank you so much, sir.
So I think it's important, if Council President, if it's all right, it is relevant to the public hearings that we're ordering. What happened at the ordinance committee meeting was that due to Councilor Del Rosario, my good colleague from District C, he's been fighting and fighting and fighting to make sure that we don't lose money on all these advertisements. What struck us during the committee meeting was that perhaps voluntarily, this National Grid, if there was any money that the city was offsetting, that perhaps they would go ahead and voluntarily pay that amount of money. And what you just heard this evening was that National Grid will, I guess, if we show them that there's overcost, that they will pay back. So that is good news.
Thank you.
Yeah, correct. And I just want to clarify, just as that was going forward, if you guys raise your fees, we'll reciprocate with whatever payments you require.
Thank you.
Item 7824? Sorry, 7724.
Thank you, council. Good evening.
Thank you.
Ordering a public hearing.
7724 is handicap parking at 155 Saratoga Street. The ordinance committee met and sent this up to the full council with a recommendation to order a public hearing and make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table, properly second discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Item 9224.
Why don't we
Sorry,
do-
it's 7824.
I'm going to take that as a block if there's no objection. So 7824 is Merrimack, these are all cab license renewals. Merrimack Transportation Corporation renewal of a taxi livery license. And 7924 is a Popular Taxi Company LLC renewal of a taxi livery license. 8024 is Liberty Taxi renewal of a taxi livery license. 81, not done yet. 8124 is a Five Star Express Transport LLC renewal of a taxi livery license. 8224, L&M Transportation, renewal of a taxi livery license. 8324, Rio Hondo Transportation, renewal of a taxi livery license. 8424, Reliable LLC, looking to renew that one. 8524, G Group Transportation. 8624 is Town Livery Transportation, and 8724 is American Taxi, a renewal of their taxi and livery license. I'd like to put them all as a block. There
is a motion to accept this as a block, and with the intent of approval, you want to make a motion?
And the motion will also be to adopt and provide for a license for each one of those items.
All right, there is a motion to
Or
approve
renewal.
those items, properly second discussion. Just for the clarification, this is all that, the majority of the taxi cabs, taxis and general transportation in the city of Lawrence that are holding a license for that, to do this type of work. Any discussion? At this point, I call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Item 9224.
This is, the ordinance committee met and sent this document, which is an amendments to the non-union classification plan to the full council with a favorable recommendation, and that's a motion.
There is a
Discussion.
motion on the table, properly second discussion.
Discussion.
Councilor Plant.
The CAFO is here. There is, as background, there is a, He's here. He's still here. The capo is here. He's here. So, anyway, I have at least one question that I want to ask since the ordinance committee meeting, Mr. Ianello, which is, the one that deals with the planning department, it says it's going from a Plan B to a contract, and the contract is part of what's inside the ordinance, and in your cheat sheet, you actually have the ordinance that's in there. What I want to know, through you, Mr. President, what I want to know is can the mayor, I know it's, negotiate a contract for any compensation for that? Is there a limit as to what the compensation is?
It would be, no, it would be in the compensation plan. It would be added to the, again, there's the police chief, the fire chief, the city attorney, and the CAFO would be added to another position in that grouping, because it's required to have a contract per the ordinance.
I'll ask the question again, because I didn't get the answer.
Yeah, I don't think there's a dollar limit is what
So
you're suggesting.
if a mayor, any mayor, wants to, they wanted to pay this individual at this position $250,000, they could.
It's with all these positions, they could, yes.
They could. There is no limit.
There's no recommended limitation on this. It's a negotiation between the mayor and the positions.
Councilor LaPlante, are you referring to that contract, police, fire, city attorney, administration finance?
So what's happening, Mr. President, is the following, is that what is driving this item is that they are making they're either putting new positions in there, changing things that have either been forgotten or what they put in the earlier classifications. Some are going up, some are going down, and this is one that is, I'm not sure if it's going up or down, but there's a change to it. And so my question to the CAFO is, and he answered it, which is there a limit as to how much money that somebody can pay for them? The answer is no. That's what I'm hearing. You can spend whatever you want for the contract.
Well, these are the recommendations of the Collins Center to have these positions.
Good
Discussion.
Discussion.
Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you very much.
Morning.
Well, thank you, Council, from District C. Good morning to you, sir. Listen, I don't want to beat, I beat this horse dead. I want to take one more whack at this horse, Council President, which is this. The Council Vice President said earlier, if we didn't start talking, we'd be done this, or not done with this meeting, we would be further along than we are. But what this is a self-inflicted wound. We're now talking about ordinances that are going to deal, we've had, that need to be adopted, and that are going to change the ordinances for a variety of city positions. It's midnight. This is a really important conversation. And what yes, we have stayed. I've been here till 1 o'clock. But I can tell you this, Council President, I've never been here till 1 o'clock because we didn't have a meeting that month before. What's interesting, what is fascinating, not fascinating, is sad about this is this was a self-inflicted wound this evening that didn't need to happen. That's it. So, thank you. I'll take the vote now.
Any other councilors?
Good morning.
Roll call.
Councilor Rosario? Okay. Councilor Infante?
So, it sounds like there is more to discuss on this, and I would.
No, this is the motion past 12.
Oh, sorry.
Good morning.
No, let's.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Now we're going back to the.
So that's the.
So you calling the roll call? I call the roll call.
I think I was answering this question a moment ago. It was these four positions, and now this fifth position, or these four positions was the recommendation of the Collins Center to leave those under a contract to be negotiated, to not try and grade those positions.
The Collins Center, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The Collins Center suggests that this should be a contract position?
Yeah, they're the police chief, the fire chief, the the city attorney and the CAFO was recommended to put that in the classification
And the
outside
DPW director.
outside the recommendation of coming up with dollar amounts.
And what was the basis for that?
Because customarily in all the communities, these are contract positions and they're negotiated. Because there's a lot of variables. A CAFO, for example, like myself, I have quite a bit of experience. Maybe the next CAFO won't, so you may want to have a lower salary. Whereas if we had a recommended range, you'd be stuck within that range. It just gives more flexibility.
I do have some concerns about this. I'm not going to ask any more questions regarding it this evening. Thank you, Council President.
So,
I have a question.
Before moving quick question, we're just moving item 14, which is
Yeah, there's 15 changes that we're requesting. Again, just an Exhibit B. Yeah, and it's one motion. It's just, the motion is to correct the non-union classification plan for a few ministerial errors.
so then everybody's got these documents? Have you guys looked at these?
There's a cover letter, and then there's Exhibit A, B, C, and D. Exhibit B shows the changes that we're attempting to make. We're fixing a typographical error and one, and so on.
While we do that, can I make my question? Thank you. All right, so if from hearing you correctly, Kafel, you use an example of when you decide to retire, if the next Kafel comes in that's not as experienced as you, they can negotiate down and et cetera, correct?
Right.
Okay. So in prior discussions, when it comes to salaries that we've had, given the Collins report and all of that, the argument from the administration is always, cost of living in comparison to other municipalities, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to be transparent. I think there are certain things coming up, and I find this timing to be very uncanny. And it's not towards you, and I hope you know that I'm just expressing, but I don't.
Council in front.
Long story short, I don't feel comfortable voting for this because I don't trust. There's certain areas that I've lost trust in the city, and this is an area that even though I do want to point out, I don't think this is going to be used to negotiate down in the future, although the council does have the ability to make budget cuts, but now all council will vote in favor of budget cuts, depending on whom they are. So
Infante, when it comes to the budget cut, you cut
For-
the
oh,
budget
wait.
on account, not necessarily on specific salaries.
So there we go, I have a clarification that even makes me even more uncomfortable to vote for this, so. And that is all I'm going to say, and thank you for waiting for so long for your item.
Well, councilors, we have a motion in front of us, which is to...
Roll call.
No, wait, no, the discussion haven't finished,
Oh,
we just want to
motion to
clarify the
table.
motion. No, there's a motion to table. Properly second, no discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Council President, I'm done with the 72 items.
It is important to recognize, councilors, that the the ordinance committee has 72 items, One of the reasons was because during the time that the ordinance committee was supposed to have, the city of Lawrence was actually declared an emergency, and they didn't meet on that time. So most of didn't make to the previous meeting. So just for the record, Madam.
I'm not
Then that we're going to personal committee that is reports. Committee, safety committee, we already finished. Committee of the whole, we already finished. All business, we have a few items on the whole business. We have a few items from item 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, and 74. We have those from the housing committee. We need to pull it off committee. And with that, councilors, if possible, we would like to suspend the rules to pull it off committee to be able to discuss it at this level. Madam Chair, for the housing committee, if you want to make that motion. You can read the items and make it up one.
Okay. The Housing Committee met on item number 6024, approval of a taking 1 South Broadway, eminent domain of a temporary easement. 6124, approval of a taking 2 South Broadway, eminent domain of a temporary easement. 62-24, approval of a taking 8 South Broadway, eminent domain of a temporary easement. 6324, approval of a taking 5-7 Merrimack Street, eminent domain of a temporary easement. 6424, approval of a taking 10 South Broadway, eminent domain of 2 permanent easements, E3 and E4, 1 public utility easement, PUE-1, and a temporary easement, TE-4, for a period of 5 years. Item 6524, approval of a taking 13 South Broadway, eminent domain of 1 public utility easement, PUE-2, and a temporary easement, TE-6, for a period of 5 years. Item number 6624, approval of a taking 24 South Broadway, eminent domain of a permanent easement, E-2. 6624, approval of a taking 24 South Broadway, eminent domain of a permanent easement, E-2. 67-24, approval of a taking 26-28 South Broadway, eminent domain of a permanent easement, E-1. 6824, approval of a taking 27 South Broadway, eminent domain of a temporary easement, TE-3, for a period of 5 years. 6924, approval of a taking 33 South Broadway, eminent domain of a temporary easement, TE-2, for a period of 5 years. 7024, approval of a taking at South Broadway and Merrimack Street, map 142, lot 4, eminent domain of a permanent easement, E-6, a public utility easement, PUE-3, and a temporary easement, TE-8, for a period of 5 years. 7124, approval of a taking 256-258 East Haverhill Street, eminent domain of a temporary easement, TE-9, for a period of 5 years. Item number 7224, approval of a taking 260 East Haverhill Street, eminent domain of a permanent easement, E-3, a public utility easement, PUE-5, and 2 temporary easements, TE-10 and TE-12, for a period of 5 years. Item number 7324, approval of a taking 309 East Haverhill Street, eminent domain of a permanent easement, E-2, and a temporary easement, TE-7, for a period of 5 years. And lastly, item number 74-24, approval of a taking 315 East Haverhill Street, eminent domain of a temporary easement, TE-9, for a period of 5 years. I submit this to you as a form of a motion.
So there is we're taking it as a block to pull it off committee. And that is a motion. What is it?
From committee as a block, which she just made that motion.
Require 6 vote.
Once they pull up, we're gonna make 2 motions to approve it.
All right, councilors, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. All right, now at this point, as per recommendation of the land use planner, then McCarthy, he would like to take two different blocks or groups, items 60 to 70, and items 71 to 74. So, councilors, at this point, I will entertain the motion, and the motion happens specific. Councilors, at this point, I'll entertain a motion, and the motion will be within a specific language that is being provided. So, any councilor that would like to make a motion?
Motion to approve. Motion to approve document number 60-70
60 to
Oh, 60 through 70 dash 2024, proposed vote for an order of taking for construction easements, both permanent and temporary, by the City of Lawrence for the Merrimack Street slash South Broadway intersection improvement project.
Second.
Discussion.
Item 6024, 6124, 6224, 6324, 6424, 6524, 6624, 6724, 6824, 6924, and 7024. Councilors, if it is no discussion on the reading, there was a motion on the table, and properly second discussion, Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you very much. So a couple things. This is 60 through 70, correct? Now, is the DOT department, through you, Mr. President, is the DOT involved at all in this process for any of these items between 60 and 70?
This is a Mass DOT construction project. They'll be doing the construction. It's on behalf of the city. It's for the Mass Transportation Improvement Program, and it's the city's responsibility for the acquisition of these easements.
At this point, Madam Vice President, since I'm an employee of Mass DOT, I'm going to retract myself from this discussion.
Council President Rodriguez has recused himself for the record.
Thank you.
Continue, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you. So I'll retain the floor, Madam Chair.
Continue,
So
Mr. LaPlante.
my second, isn't really a comment, it's a brief one. Earlier this evening, we talked about meters. And it's like 3 hours ago, when that person came here and talked to us about meters, he said, we have a lot of people and a lot of cars, right? And so if anybody knows and been following my voting record for the past who knows how many years, I'm always concerned about, A, more vehicles, because we have more people living in places that are either illegal or we're jamming in small lots or whatever. So my concern here, and I just want to get clarification through you, Madam Chair, through you, is if we support and adopt these, is this going to go ahead and create the kind of infrastructure that will support more housing at these locations?
It is not. The specific ones that we're discussing right now, Merrimack Street and South Broadway, is an entirely commercial district. It is just before the O'Leary Bridge, the Falls Bridge is referred to, and all the abutters that are in relation to these easements are businesses.
And thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. McCarthy. I plan to be voting for it, and extra bonus points for calling it the O'Leary Bridge. Thank you.
I do want to add, Mr. McCarthy, this does also, I don't know, Councilor LaPlante, if you've received complaints, but I know I certainly have, since that's part of District and it goes into District F, that this also covers that section of Merrimack Street that's horrible, that street, the bumpy street. Yeah, very bumpy. And I've received a lot of complaints. I have one constituent that now in my first term, it's been over 2 years now, has been fighting to get that. So I want to make that clear that also covers this, and it does not go part of any housing. I want to repeat that for a triple, so everyone's clear.
Well, this is the first project on the state list, so.
I already did. That's all I had to say. I messed up. Continue. I will not, now that I misspoke, but, yes, thanks, all right.
It's late.
It's late. Any other questions or comments from the councilors? At this time, I call the motion.
Second.
It's already been, the motion has been made, it's been seconded, discussed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And the ayes have it. So the second block, councilors, I do need a motion for the second block, and it's the same process. If I can have a volunteer to do the motion.
Motion to approve the item 71, 72.
You have to, Councilor Santiago, you have to be specific.
Motion to approve the items 71 to 74, 2024. Is the same.
Is it what's in bold?
Yeah, proposed vote for another of taking for construction assessment, both permanent and temporary by City of Lawrence of the Marston and East Haver Street intersection improvement project.
Motion has been made by Councilor Santiago. Is there seconded by Councilor Reyes? Discussion.
Discussion. Same
Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you to you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. McCarthy, same question. On these items right here, if this passes, what's the impact at all regarding potential housing?
This is primarily a safety project. We're putting new lights at the intersection of East Haverhill and Marston Street, right in front of the Patham School. That major intention is to make Marston Street safer, slow the speeding down, and make the crossings safer and easier for the children and the parents.
Through you.
Thank you.
Councilor Luzon.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
I think some of the councilors missed the presentation. Just to put it out there, you missed the presentation. They put a very nice presentation at community development. No, that was another presentation. Thank you. Thank you for waiting.
Any other questions or comments? At this time, I see none. I'll call, all those in favor say aye. Aye. And the ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
And have a good morning. Please go have breakfast. Grandes Chimis is open till 3
Counselor.
o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. We're just going back to the office.
You're still gonna work today.
Councilors, any other committee report? I believe there is none. Did I
Council
miss anything?
President, this is a item 11118 on the old business, but I want to keep it table. First item on the old business.
Yes, Councilor Levy, what do you prefer to do? What do you want to do on this?
I would like to keep it table.
So, okay, we're gonna keep it table.
Yeah, for the next agenda.
No. All right, we're gonna keep it table.
Yeah. Table for the,
All right, do you want to entertain a motion to table?
yes.
All right, there is a motion to table.
Motion to table for the
Properly
next
second.
meeting. For-
Motion to table.
Okay.
It's until whenever. All right, motion to table, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Councilors, there is any other item from the committee? I haven't missed anything, I think, but I mean, if you guys catch it. We're going to the table matters, councilors. Any table matters that would like to take them on? All right, we're going to item, that's the last one. We're going to the new business, and so item 11124, parking area 20 feet on Bonner Street, west side, near Ordinance Committee. Item 11224, no parking on Farley Street, north side, South Broadway. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. 11324, no parking on Friendly Street, south side of South Broadway. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 11524, a status review of the Board of Health. We just reviewed that, councilors, and we also withdraw it, and at this point, there is no need for this item, we already withdraw it. Item 11624, which is the senior tax write-off resolution, it's gonna go to the ordinance committee. Councilor LaPlante, quick question on that. I believe that you need to adopt a specific section of the law and not necessarily creating an ordinance, because that's not an ordinance, that's a law that we adopt. I remember when we changed it back then, 2016, that we increased from $500 to $750. So if you wanted to do that, I think that you need to adopt section 40D and 17C, if I remember correctly, back from 2016. But we'll send it over to the ordinance committee, and you'll do your research when it comes to that. Item 11724, accept a new street layout to Merrimack Street at South Broadway. This is going to the housing committee. Item 11824, accept the new street layout of Marshall Street. This is going to the housing committee. Item 11924, approve donation and voluntary grant easement necessary to redevelopment of a public roadway at the intersection of Marshall and East Haber Street. This is going to housing committee. Approve donation and voluntary grant easement necessary for the redevelopment of the Broadway intersection at the Marshall Street and East Haber Street. This is going to housing committee. Item 12124, appropriation transfer of $750,000 among ARPA free cash allocation. This is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 12224, the removal of handicap parking signs on 5 Platt Street. This is going to Ordinance Committee. Item 12324, authorization to expand grant for the amount of $33,280, Emergency Management Performance Grant. This is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 12424, the authorization to expand grant of $35,000 Fire Safety Equipment Grant. This is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 12524, the removal of handicap parking signs on 15 Fairmont Street. This is going to Ordinance Committee. Item 12624, modification administration code, section 4, subsection 12.1. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 12724, Lawrence Police Superior Officer contract. This is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 12824, the handicap parking, 48 Eaton Street. This is going to Ordinance Committee. Item 12924, parking signs, 15-minute, 395 Law Street. This is going to Ordinance Committee. Item 13024, handicap parking on 356 South Union Street. This is going to Ordinance Committee. Item 13124, handicap parking, 279 Lawrence Street, Apartment 1. Handicap parking on that address. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 13224, adopt CHERIS Act resolution support effort for public college education. This is going to Ordinance Committee. This is a resolution going to Ordinance. Item 12324, proposal of allowing retail sales of cannabis within the Lawrence city limits. This is going to Ordinance Committee. On this item, councilors, we need to also retract a vote not to retract a vote that we took back in 2016 also to allow the city of Lawrence to have a commercial cannabis. So this is the proposal, and the way that it was, that is a little different than what it's supposed to be, but I mean, the Ordinance Committee can figure it out and propose a specific law to be changed. Item 13424, which is the authorization to fill assistant assessor position. This is going to Ordinance Committee. Item 13524, authorization to fill supervisor position on the Inspection or Service Department. This is going to Ordinance Committee. Item 13624, authorization to fill Assistant Commissioner of Health Code and Services. This is going to Ordinance Committee. Item 13724, approval of $4 million bond purchase of the real estate property on Andover Street. This is specifically for the Elks Club going to be purchased by the GLTS. This is going to the Budget and Finance Committee, and we are going to be discussing the portion of the City of Lawrence responsibility, not the $4 million itself. Item 13824, which is the authorization to fill license coordinations position. We need 6 vote to,
I make a motion to add to the agenda item 138-24 as an emergency for convenience of the public.
there is a motion to declare item 13824 as an emergency to be able to adopt it to the agenda properly. Second discussion. Councilor LaPlante.
What is 13824?
The authorization to fill a license coordinator position
So what
was put together by Peter Blanchett, the acting director
Is this in our
of the
packet?
Inspection of Services. Discussion.
File, so it's typically not given to the rest.
Councilors, any discussion on item 128 to declare this as an emergency?
So is this a late file? Or is this getting within the 48 hours?
It was neither. Mr. Blanchett sent me a memo that said I have 2 items for the agenda and then sent me 3. So I missed one of them because I didn't line up with what I was expecting. So he got it to us in plenty of time. It wasn't posted for public meeting purposes, so it did not meet the 48-hour requirement. So it's technically not a late file, but for purposes that wasn't on the agenda for the full 48 hours, it only went on Monday morning, you need to do the 6 votes for an emergency.
I understand, so we're going to, is it the council president to send it to the committee?
We have a motion to declare this as an emergency.
And then
at-
send
at
to the
this
committee? Okay.
point. There is a motion to declare this as an emergency.
Second.
Properly second discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Councilors, what do you want to do with this item? Discuss it now, or we send it to committee?
Send,
If the intent is to
Send.
send it to committee, we're gonna be sending it to the ordinance committee. Item 13924, Easter
Item-
egg hunt at the O'Neill basketball area on Saturday, March 30. This also, councilors, we need to declare this is an emergency for the convenience of the public.
I make
due
a
to the date.
motion to adopt this to the agenda as an emergency for the convenience of the public, and to also waive Rule Number 6 of the City Council, which require us to send to
Yeah, let's
committee.
declare it as an emergency first, and then we deal with it here.
Well, I was just told I can do it in one motion by the clerk.
Well, there's parliamentary procedures that are gonna be questioned. All right,
Got it.
councilors, there is a motion to declare this as an emergency.
Discussion.
Discussion, properly second, right? Discussion, Councilor LaPlante.
This is an organization who I actually like an awful lot, who have been doing a lot of things, fantastic things in the city. I don't understand why they didn't send this to us earlier, unless, I hate to bring this up again, it was supposed to come before maybe the previous meeting, or was this before? I have no idea when this was sent up.
Council
But-
President. Give me a minute. Yep.
But maybe-
Let's let him finish.
So that's my question. I'm not sure when it was sent up, so I don't know, but I would think that they would know, but maybe there's an explanation, so I'm willing to listen.
All right.
Council President?
The intent of declaring as an emergency, I think that
Through you, Council President.
it's the need of the 6 vote for the convenience of the public. But if anybody have an answer.
Council President?
Councilor Rosario.
Thank you, through you. It's been brought to our attention, to some of us, that some type of changes have been happening at the Park and Recreation, the way now that they provided the permits. So they actually went there on time, and the citizen search somehow is being changed or it's not working. So they did all the diligence to get it on time, but due to the fact they didn't
they couldn't somehow put it into citizen search, so that's why it's here late. And it's an activity that's gonna be done by the 30th. If we hold on to it, we won't be able to approve it to be done on time. But it's some changes that's happening in the park and recreation. It's not just them. There's people having this same issue, and some of the people are not as close to the date, so they're waiting for that issue to be.
All right, councilors, we have a motion to declare this an emergency. We need 6 votes for this. Any other discussion? At this point, I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Roll call vote.
Roll call, please.
Yes.
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 Yes. So, councilors, now we need to deal with this issue. Either we send it to committee or we suspend Rule 6 to be able to discuss it at this level. What is your side?
I make a motion to suspend Rule 6 of the City Council so we can avoid committee and discuss that here right now at the full
There is a
council.
motion on the table, properly second discussion. Discussion. No discussion, so I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Now, we have this item here. Councilors, what is?
Motion to approve.
Second.
There is a motion to approve, properly second, discussion. All right, I call the items. Item 129 is the Easter egg hunt at the O'Neill Park at the basketball area. Properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Now,
Committees.
councilors, we go into the
Committees.
committees. Ordinance.
That's the 26th, 7 o'clock.
Budget and Finance Committee.
The 27th at 7 o'clock. Wednesday, the 27th at
7.
7.
So Tuesday the 26th is ordinance, Wednesday the 27th is Budget and Finance. Housing Committee? You want Wednesday at 6? Wednesday at 6? Wednesday at 6? All right, there is any item for personnel? Well, let's arrange the meeting anyway. Safety Committee? Economic Development Committee? We have no business at this point. All right, I believe that's it, right?
Motion to adjourn.
There is a motion to adjourn, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye.